The time, testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Good evening.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Hello, hello? Hello, hello?
Hello.
Huh? Could we please amp up the volume on this mic? Testing, testing.
Let's do this. Let's straight up.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello.
Straight up.
Testing, 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 testing. That better? All right. All right, everyone, let's begin. The time is now 6:10. The Board of Education will now reconvene in open session. Roll call.
Mr. Hollinshead,
Here.
Mr. Lara,
Here.
Ms. Cabral,
Here.
Mrs. Cordero,
Here.
Mr. Valencia.
Present. Item A, report from closed session item. Do we have anything to report for item A? Dr. McDuffie.
Yes, we do. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Jose Segura, Coordinator, Community Schools. The roll call vote was unanimous. Congratulations.
For closed
Oh,
session.
Also, the Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Dr. Tammy Castillo Schiffer, Director, Multilingual Services. That's in the back. The roll call vote was unanimous. Congratulations.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Dr. McDuffie. For closed session items B, C, and D, information was received. Item B, introduction of interpreters. Tonight's interpreters are Sandra Cavazos and Cesar Ruiz. Greeting and support this evening is provided by Benji Alfaro and Susana, is it Pineda or Pineda? Pineda, thank you so much. Item C, Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have students leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance today? Excellent.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. That was very well done. Item D, recognition, Oakley School Volleyball Championship. Ms. Groff.
Good evening. It is a pleasure to be here to represent elementary sports this evening on behalf of Expanded Learning. The 23-24 volleyball season provided some new and improved components for our SMBSD Elementary Volleyball League. This season, we brought our volleyball matches inside. Yay! Utilizing Santa Maria City facilities and allowing our student athletes to have a more true volleyball experience. We also Okay. We also recruited our own SMBSD employees to referee our matches. Kelly Porter, Kendall Klein, Gwen Pryor, Paul Van Sant, Marisha Ray Clark, and Cassandra Cisneros Maltos all played a vital role in keeping our volleyball season fun and fair. We had 14 total teams this volleyball season. Each team competed in 5 regular season games before entering the playoffs. Each team showed tremendous improvement as the season progressed, making way for an exciting playoff week. In the end, we had the number 1 ranked Alvin Tigers against the number 2 ranked Oakley Dolphins in the championship game. The Oakley Dolphins came out victorious in 2 games, 25-6 and 25-19, to capture the title this season. And we have the traveling trophy for them. So congratulations to the Oakley Dolphins, the 23-24 SMBSD Volley champions, coached by Kathy Cooley and Kirsten Armstrong. Please welcome the team. Let's hear it once more for the Oakley Dolphins. And thank you, board members, for supporting our elementary athletics. We are on to soccer season and then track. Thank you.
Mrs. Cordero?
Yes, I would just like to say that I was privileged to be there for the championship games, and I was extremely impressed with not only how well the students played, but their sportsmanship, their support for their teammates, and the respect and how well they listened to their coaches. And there was a good amount of parent support as well. So it was a wonderful experience and it made me feel proud. So thank you very much.
And I would just like to add, I have the privilege of growing up right next to Oakley School. And so a little part of my corazón is also thumping a little extra, wishing you all lots of love and congratulations. Thank you to the families for supporting our young people, the teachers, the staff, the coaches, and the students themselves. Please continue to stay involved in your sports programs because we have very, very talented sports programs in our local high schools and junior high schools. So we wish for you to continue that progress. So thank you so much. Otro aplauso para ellos. Item E, Student Leader Advisory Team, Gina Danley.
Good evening, board members, members of cabinet, Dr. McDuffie. Our student leader and advisory team is quite the dynamic, very talented and driven group of individuals, as you have seen the board meetings that they've attended and spoken at. You'll be hearing from more of them this evening. It takes a team working behind the scenes to create these experiences for our student leaders. These team members have not only their own jobs in this district, but every month they have dedicated many hours to making these forums the best experience possible for these students. So I would like to take a moment tonight to extend my deep gratitude to the following individuals who contribute to this endeavor. Thank you to Sylvia Carpintero, Veronica Diaz, Fatima Laneros, Noha Kokela, Claudia Garcia, Ashley Brown, Amy Burns, Todd Sanders, Ryan Hubbard, and Pedro Garcia. And now for one of the best parts of your evening.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jasmina Hortensia Garcia. I'm a sixth grader at David Sanchez Elementary. At Sanchez, we have our own student leadership team. I am proud of the sixth grade leadership students at my school and the different responsibilities we have taken on. The responsibilities we have taken on are that we help with morning announcements on Fridays. We have been in charge of presenting guests at our assemblies. We have helped out at family nights, and we also help at community events such as the Hispanic Heritage Month event that took place at the fairgrounds. As a student leader, I am working on being more organized by using a calendar to organize my schedule. During Forum 6 in March, I learned how there are some things about me that I want people to see more of, and there are some things I want people to see less of. This has inspired me to do things differently, like speaking up more. This year, we got to attend the CADA conference, and a quote that has stuck with me by D. Hankins is life throws curveballs, but even curveballs can be hit for home runs. This quote means that life can get challenging, but no matter what, you can persevere through the challenge, and everything will get better. I play softball, but that's not the only reason why I agree with this quote. My other reason is because I know that life will get challenging, but I can't just give up. I have to know that things will get better, and I have to persevere through the challenge. The thing I am most proud of is the leader I have become. I would like to thank the amazing teachers and administrators at Sanchez School for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to improve my leadership skills. And finally, thank you, board members and Dr. McDuffie, for listening to me tonight. Hello, board members. My name is Elena, and I'm a sixth grader at Alvin Elementary. At my school, I'm most proud of our activities we have because they are fun for all grades, not just a couple. As a student leader, I'm still working on my speaking skills. During Forum 6 in March, I learned about Belen Woodward and the Holocaust. I was inspired by Belen Woodward because she was so little and helped add colors to a big brand. After all of the forums, I learned about the world and our community. Thank you for listening to me as a student leader. Advisory helped me grow. Good evening, board members. My name is Janet Diaz, and I'm a sixth grade student at Oakley Elementary. At my school, I am most proud of the diversity of our student body and how all of the students and adults on our campus work together to ensure a safe environment. As a student leader, I am working on actively engaging in my learning by watching my teacher, taking detailed notes, and listening to my fellow students. During Forum 6 on March 15, I learned about the dark side of leadership and how people can use power for evil instead of good. This learning has inspired me to be cautious about who we elect to represent us. We have to make sure that people we put in charge will use the power for good. When we see people abusing their position, we have an obligation to stand up and say something to stop the abuse. I am humbled I was chosen for the Student Leadership Forum and trusted by the Oakley Dolphins student body to represent them here. The experiences I have had at all of the forums has taught me that leadership is a large responsibility because we have to represent many points of view. I want to thank you for giving me your time and attention this evening, as the Student Leader Advisory Team has given me an opportunity to speak up and voice my opinion and represent my school. It has also provided an opportunity to see things from multiple points of view and taught me to be more compassionate. Thank you again for your time.
Hello, board members. My name is Joanna Montesinos, and I am a sixth grader at Ontario Elementary. At my school, I am most proud of the hardworking staff and students. As a student leader, I am working on public speaking by participating in school events as well as in class. During the sixth forum in March, I've learned many things, but one of the most important things I learned was that both adults and young people can impact the world in different ways. This learning experience has inspired me to want to learn more about how people have made impacts on society. I am proud of the leadership team and staff because they are cooperative and kind. This experience I've had at all the forums has taught me to be more organized and outgoing. This student leader advisory team has impacted me by teaching me that I can stand up for others, and it has also taught me to be more responsible. I want to thank you for your time and for listening to my speech.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jasmine Elise Balusan, and I'm an eighth grader at Tommy Coons Junior High School. At TK, our school stands by the ROAR core values. ROAR stands for students who are respectful, optimistic, and responsible achievers. These characteristics present a special way of how our wonderful Cougars represent our campus. As a student leader, I've been focusing on many leadership skills. My entire focus has been channeling my public speaking. Stepping up at this board meeting will be a major step forward in enhancing my ability to speak in large crowds, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity. It's a milestone I'll hold close to my heart that I can look back on to remember where I started. During forum number 6 in March, I learned that different activities, like listening to music, can serve as movements, bring people together, and promote connections. This learning has inspired me to explore more how everyday activities can create unity and spark positive change. The experiences I've had at the forums have taught me invaluable lessons in self-presentation and positive influence. Through engaging discussions and collaborative activities, I've learned how to effectively communicate my ideas and inspire others. These experiences have empowered me to strive to become a role model. This week, March 18th through March 22nd, another student leader, Daniel, and I created Cougar Cash for our kindness campaign. This project aimed to encourage compassion and positivity on our school's campus. With guidance from web teachers, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Pepin, and the group of web leaders, we can reward both 7th and 8th graders for spreading kindness right here on campus. Teachers and staff are on the lookout for compassionate Cougars to reward those who meet the criteria to receive Cougar Cash. Whether it's holding the door open for a classmate, lending a helping hand during cleanup, sharing a smile, offering a word of encouragement, or simply being a good friend, every small act of kindness counts. In the end, I hope to see more courageous Cougars spreading kindness to make us feel more connected as a community. I want to express my appreciation to the teachers and staff at TK for recognizing me not only as a student, but also as a leader who represents our school. I want to extend my gratitude to the wonderful individuals who manage this program. They consistently ensure that we can develop our leadership skills every month for us student leaders. I am beyond grateful to be a part of this program and can't wait for what the next forums have in store for us. I want to share my deepest thanks for your willingness to listen to my experiences as a student leader and the significant influence the Student Leader Advisory Team has had on me. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Daniel Vargas, and I'm an eighth grader representing Tommy Coons Junior High School. I am most proud of being a basketball back-to-back league champion. As a student leader, I am currently working on public speaking by talking to you all today and making public service announcement media videos. Last month, me and my student advisory member, Jasmine, came up with Cougar Cash. This week, we are having our Kindness Week. Our Kindness Week is about Cougar Cash. Cougar Cash is given to students if a teacher sees a student being kind to someone, such as opening a door for someone, doing a nice deed, and doing a polite action. Once you get Cougar Cash, you could put it in the Cougar Cash box to be in a raffle for prizes such as gift cards, gibbets, and more. In forum number 6 in March, I learned that you could express yourself in many different ways, such as music, writing, art, and more. This learning inspired me to be more creative and encouraged me to think outside the box. I am most proud of being a student advisory leader. The experiences I've had at all of the forums has taught me to be more vocal towards others and to be a leader. I want to thank you for giving me this great opportunity that will help me in the future to help me develop my confidence to speak in front of my peers and helping me develop my leadership skills. Thank you once again.
Does that conclude the Student Leader Advisory Team presentation? All right. I do want to, I want to repeat back some of the things I heard you say, if I will, if I may. You said along the lines of curveballs can be home runs. I heard you say life will be challenging, but persevere. I appreciate the diversity of our community. I want to be able to communicate ideas and inspire others. And we need to be cautious who we elect to represent us. I think those are extremely wise words from our young people. A big round of applause for them. Great. Thank you all so much. You did a wonderful job. We're really proud of you. Item 8, public comment period. Prior to the public comment period, if you all would like to stay, all of you are welcome to. But if any of you need to transition out, this would be a good time to do so if you need to. ¿La conoces? All right. Thank you all, everyone, for settling in. Item A, public comment period, open session. The public comments are intended for members of the public to address the Board of Education on items involving the school district. Such testimony shall be limited to 3 minutes each, 450 words per person or subject, and 15 minutes total for each topic. If an answer to a specific question is requested, the board president will, if appropriate, direct administration to respond in writing. This is just a reminder to all speakers and presenters to be mindful when speaking at the podium, not to speak too quickly, so that our interpreters can increase accuracy and keep pace with our Spanish and Mixtec speaking audience. Do we have any non-agenda public comments this evening, Dr. McDuffie?
Yes, we do. We'll start with a video, our pre-recorded public comment first. Kayla Ailman.
Hello, I am Kayla Illman, and I teach PE at Battles, and I am a National Board Certified Teacher candidate. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the importance of PE and why we should have it, and what is high-quality PE. This stands for physical education. It is taught by a credentialed teacher. PE is structured physical activity with the purpose of progressing on a learning outcome. It is state mandated. PE is necessary to build students' skills to make healthy decisions for their future. And it's fun. It engages the mind, body, and emotions. PE is not unstructured physical activity like recess. It is not substitute teaching, and is not irrelevant. Where else would students learn how to move well? What benefits come from PE? A happy and healthy heart, a positive social interaction, leadership, growth and confidence, perseverance, focus, and alertness. Here's a brief overview of what it might look like. Students are interacting, they're learning different movements, they're learning about other cultures and about themselves. What does high quality PE need to be successful? PE needs credentialed professionals. It needs safe space like good blacktops and good safe level fields. PE needs shade and water accessibility. We need teacher training on assessments and standards, things like going to conferences and PLCs. PE needs excellent equipment. We also need schedules created with collaboration between PE teachers and the site. And these should allow for student needs and what's also helpful for the teachers. PE needs time to set up and to tear down. It needs to be priority because students' health is important for their learning. How can the board help? We would love your support to visit our classrooms and experience the joy of moving. We would love your help adding shade and time to update our campuses. We would love help encouraging collaboration with a schedule that honors the PE minutes, the teacher skills, and student needs. We also would love BIA support for the challenging behaviors that our students are facing. We also would really love retaining high-quality physical education teachers. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening. Hello, I am Kayla Illman.
Addison Sage. And then Lazaro Sanchez is after that. So if you want to, yes. Hold up.
Please pause so we can get your mic working.
Perfect. As our schools struggle to contain violence, tackle discrimination, and scramble to find solutions to low test scores, we often forget the impacts on one demographic of our schools, our high achievers. We simply presume that they will be fine and succeed even if we do little to encourage them. In some ways, this makes logical sense on the surface. Students failing and achieving far below grade level need a lot of assistance, and students getting into fights frequently have deep issues that we need to help them unpack. I'm not here to say that we shouldn't attempt to help those students, but while we have been putting out fires, our quiet students have been ignored to everyone's detriment. My first concern is a lack of stimulating options. We have only just brought back honors this school year, thankfully, but only in a limited fashion so that many quality students have been left out. We have removed all but a trace of our rigorous novel study units, allowing teachers only one per year. Nearly all of our after-school programs are all driven by tutoring and athletics. The shrunken list of deeply enriching offerings at our schools to our most talented students often leaves them feeling bored. My second concern, also cited by students and parents, is the environment of fear at our schools. This environment discourages students from standing out, from being themselves, and from showing their potential. Standing out could mean being noticed by bullies who are unfazed by violence. So the common choice is to simply become invisible. I went to a high school like this, where metal detectors were our best defense against being stabbed. This kind of school made me want to avoid going to class whenever I could, despite enjoying learning. When our highest achieving students choose to be invisible, we no longer hear their voices, and students believe that failing classes is normal because students who succeed are quiet about it, or they leave the schools eventually anyway. This last part brings me to the ultimate consequence of these concerns. In the past 7 months, I have personally seen 9 of my own students leave Arianas Junior High for schools like Lakeview and Orchid Junior High. All 9 of these students were honor roll students. If we cannot address the issues of violence, intimidation, the lack of stimulation, and our obsession over low test scores, we will lose our greatest minds and community members. We must adopt policies of low or even zero tolerance for violence and intimidation to show our kind and talented students that we are protecting them. These kind and talented students, by the way, make up the majority of our schools. We must adopt policies that do the greatest good for the most students. Because if our schools become a hostile environment for kindness, intelligence, remarkable skill, and for growth, then we're not achieving equity. What we're doing is perpetuating the same failures that civil rights activists have rallied against for decades.
Speaker, you are now at time. Please wrap up in the next 5 seconds.
Thank you. Our responsibility is to do more for our greatest students and to do more to encourage and support an environment of greatness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Lázaro Sanchez. I am a parent of 2 students at Jimenez Elementary, a 6th grader and an 8th grader. I am here to ask for your support in considering a track field at Jimenez Elementary. There has been instances where knees are injured and ankles are injured because of improperly maintained grass fields that are used as a track field. I am also a member of the PTC, Jimenez PTC board, and this past year we had the Jogathon event, which fundraises money for the school. And at that event, we had one student hurt his ankle. And these are things that could be avoided if you consider or have the conversation or bring it to your agenda to have a track at Jimenez Elementary. This would definitely benefit over 1,000 students because that's the population of the school. And considering that it is now a K through 8th, it'll definitely help with PE requirements for those in 7th and 8th grade. As we heard earlier, based on the board certified PE teacher, that a safe space is needed for students to get proper exercise mandated by the state. So just wanted to let you know that. Thank you for your time. Have a great night.
So we have Brenda Rojas, Che, Comas, Cindy Smith.
I am here again to discuss inclusion. However, this time I'm here as a parent and an employee too. My daughter is currently in third grade in her second.
Slow down because the interpreters are not.
Okay. My daughter is currently in third grade in her second year of gen ed and is falling behind. Prior to this, she was thriving and making progress in her mild to moderate SDC class. She has recently been diagnosed with anxiety in great part due to school. I'll give you two major contributing factors to her anxiety in just the last month at school. On February 23rd, she was leaving resource. She decided to stop by the bathroom before going back to class. When she was done, she needed help making sure she was clean and there was nobody else in that bathroom. I'm not sure how long she was there crying and yelling for help. On that day, there was a volleyball game going. So as I am walking out with my class, a student comes up to me and tells me my daughter is in the bathroom crying, asking for help. At the same time, the school nurse is coming to me because she did not know where my daughter had been. She then was cleaned and reunited with her class. However, as they're leaving for the day, her backpack is still outside her classroom. So she had to go get it while her class left her behind. For the second time, she was left alone. Thankfully, an aide that knows my daughter went up to her and walked with her to the front of the school. On March 6th, the school called for a rainy day schedule. During lunch, many of the grades gathered in the cafeteria, which led to her being frightened and crying. I asked her why she cried, and she said it was loud and there were too many people in there. I then asked her if she asked anyone for help, and she responded with no, there was no one I knew. She then proceeded to tell me on her way out, she was being pushed and nearly fell. My daughter has metals and screws in her neck from previous surgeries. She cannot afford to have a fall due to the negligence of the school not having an appropriate site for my daughter. Now to my experience as an employee of the district. I have seen SPED children hit other children and adults. I, in fact, was hit in the face with a plastic box just this past Friday while I was trying to stop a SPED student from hurting himself. That same Friday, I witnessed that same student pull a girl's hair 3 times during the day, push and kick multiple students while they were dancing to a song in class. General ed is not an adequate space for mild to moderate students. I visited a moderate to severe classroom last week and noticed many are nonverbal and getting one-on-one help. While most mild to moderate students that were pushed into gen ed are verbal and are almost to their grade level. They just need smaller classrooms that focus on what they need extra support on. They are deserving of more than what a severe classroom can offer, and even a gen ed classroom for the sole reason of the amount of kids in a gen ed class. A teacher cannot stop teaching 28 other students for 5 to 10 minutes while the SPED student composes themselves. The students are being distracted every few minutes due to interruptions from the
Speaker,
SPED.
you are now at time. Please wrap up in 5 seconds.
Okay. The students are being disrupted every few minutes due to the interruptions of the SPED students, whether that be yelling, crying, kicking, throwing things, hurting themselves or others. I ask you to consider sending out an anonymous survey to teachers and staff regarding inclusion and safety. That was it for me. I have another letter from a teacher at the school. Is that okay?
Is it a public comment?
Yeah, I noted it on my paper that I would be speaking for 2 other people.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Heather
hold on,
Souza,
hold on,
and I
hold on.
have been
Hold on.
teaching.
Can you just slow down?
Okay.
It's really fast.
Sorry. My name is Heather Souza, and I have been teaching in the Santa Maria Bonita School District for the past 17 years. For the past 11 years, I have had the pleasure of working at Ontiveros Elementary and Kindergarten. My team is phenomenal, and I am forever grateful for the compassionate and highly educated group of the teachers that I work with. This past year, our site went full day kindergarten. And on top of that, now have inclusion students. I was one of the few who were very excited for full day kinder. The possibilities were endless with how much we could prepare them for first grade. It saddens me to say that this year has not been what I expected.
We were told that we would get more support. We were told that our bilingual assistant would not have to cover recess duties so that a majority of their time would be spent with student contact. Instead, we have an hour out of the day where our aide needs to be on their break and I am alone with my 29 students. Normally, 29 5-year-olds comes with its common behaviors issues, but because I have my inclusion children, my day looks very different than what I had anticipated. One of my inclusion students is highly autistic and incredibly bright. He is unable to socialize, express his emotions verbally, or ask for what he needs. The disruptions that have occurred in my classroom are completely unacceptable. He hits himself with a closed fist. He pulls other people's hairs. He screams and yells out when he is scared, when there is change, or just because he is triggered. Today, he bit an aide, peed out on the playground, and screamed for 30 minutes straight during PE. I am unable to enrich my highest students, teach grade level curriculum, or give proper intervention because of the massive disruptions and interruptions. The child has every right to be taught and feel safe at school. He is truly scared and cries crocodile tears every day, just truly scared. Our district was not prepared for keeping these inclusion students in the classroom. They deserve a place in education, and getting rid of our mild to moderate SPED classrooms, in my opinion, was beneficial to no one. Who was supposed to be benefited by getting rid of these mild to moderate classrooms? The inclusion student, the gen ed students, the teachers. I have students who are mimicking my inclusion student's behavior because of the attention he receives. I have other students who are crying because they are traumatized by the day-to-day chaos. Having 29 kindergartners with inclusion students for a full day without support that we need is unacceptable. Teaching cannot happen the way it needs to. I ask that you come visit these classrooms. Please see for yourself that we are trying above and beyond to accommodate these scholars, and in the end, the students are suffering. I am not a special ed teacher and have not been trained or educated to teach these children. What a disservice
Speaker,
to them.
you are
Thank you
out of
for your
time.
time. And I have one more from a parent. Good evening. Both of my sons are kinder students and attend Ontiveros Elementary School. My youngest son has had his IEP and had other evaluations provided by the school. I am very grateful for the support provided and some resources available for him during school hours, although he has school aides throughout the day that are available to him most of the time. There are times where he has no aid. Since he is on the spectrum, he requires a little extra help to complete school tasks. Unfortunately, he has his bad days and good days. He can be triggered by any noise or certain interactions with his classmates. He runs away from the classroom when no one is watching and is later found by yard duties or other staff. As a mom, this concerns me. In any moment, he can run away and have no one watching him. Despite the challenges this year, I will continue advocating for my child to feel safe and receive all the help he needs. However, I feel as my child and other children in the same category require more resources, extra help. Some children require more attention. My question is, will there be any funding for full-time aides assigned to a student, or perhaps the possibility of smaller classrooms, full-time classrooms that help children with special needs? Thank you for your time. Karina Ponce.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to share my comments today. My name is Che Comas, and I'm the father of an 8-year-old boy who's being treated for disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, ADHD, and epilepsy, all of which have had a profound impact on his education. Because of disruptions, he is often removed from his classroom, expected to complete schoolwork apart from his peers, or suspended from school. In the last 2 years, I have been called to come to his school to intervene on his behavior more than 24 times. In order for me to feel comfortable with him participating in field trips, I have to volunteer and go with him. And though they haven't admitted it, I believe that the staff who work with him feel similarly. Last year, my wife and I were approached by a staff member who informed us that his general education teacher was excluding him from small group activities. The truth is, my son is being denied the education he had access to less than 2 years ago. Before mild, moderate special education classrooms were dissolved, my son was in a stable classroom setting where he consistently met academic goals and socialized positively with his peers. His special ed teacher had the necessary classroom management skills to redirect behavioral disruptions without frequently removing or suspending students. This is something that should not be added to the expectations of general education
Okay,
teachers.
please slow down for the interpreters. Is that correct, interpreters? Thank you.
This is why special educators exist. But instead, now classroom incidents escalate to the point that his classrooms are evacuated and he is left with staff members who then have to de-escalate without making him feel alienated. He now believes he is a bully, and he often refers to himself as a bully. I understand that the current plan is to continue increasing the number of students included in general education, as well as reducing the amount of pullout minutes into special day classes. And I don't think that this plan could be further from our needs. We need more special day classes and more special educators. Mild, moderate classrooms need to be reinstated for our children who have behavioral disorders. This experiment can't go on any longer. It is causing lasting trauma to our children, and the longer it continues, the more difficult it will be to return to normal. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board. My name is Cindy Smith. This is my second year at Ariana's Junior High, but this is my first year as an instructional assistant for special education. Go Hawks, by the way. So the problems that I see is that despite the dedicated and hardworking teachers and staff at AJH and every other school in our district, there's simply not enough time, resources, or support in place to adequately address the needs of our special education students with the quality attention they deserve. I and my two colleagues simply cannot provide all the support our students need. Our amazing teaching staff sees the value in our contributions to their students, but frankly, we are struggling to just tread water on a daily basis. Why is this a problem? This is a problem that goes beyond staff. Students are internalizing district failures to support them, leading them to develop unhealthy attitudes about themselves, such as, I'm stupid, I can't do this, I'm not smart. As an example, there is a really wonderful girl I work with who just today felt really bad that she didn't receive an award. She said, I work hard too. She is right. She is one of the hardest working students I work with. And it hurts me to know that we cannot fully support her to reach her potential. The lack of time, resources, and support also leads to burnout of other highly qualified and effective staff. This only compounds existing problems by straining resources beyond their limits and creates further disruptions in services. How have existing efforts failed? The current efforts to help these problems are not working. Contracting out the work that my colleagues and I do at our schools and everywhere else is simply not an effective solution. A few of our contractors are really good, but many are not. For example, I've witnessed a contracted aide who has been told on repeated occasions that he needs to at least interact with his student, talk to his student, help his student, sit on his phone in class and not speak to any of them the entire period. Perhaps some of the problem is how we are finding contracted aides. For example, I have seen recruitments on Facebook groups like Central Coast Chisme, which means Central Coast Gossip, on Facebook. This is not an effective way to find people who are dedicated to our students. It is, however, a way to find someone just who wants a paycheck. We need to stop focusing on contracting out work and increase recruitment for district employed aides.
In conclusion,
Speaker, you are timed. Please wrap up in 5 seconds.
I invite all members of the board to observe the current state of delivering quality education services at our junior high schools and ask that our special education is adequately funded to provide the best services to our students. They deserve your support.
Thank you.
So we have Jessica Antilles, Jose Fuentes, and Jonathan Patterson, and Jose Rodriguez. Why don't you come on up?
You want me to wait for them to get up here?
And just want to remind our speakers prior to beginning, their timer is available there as well. That way, I don't have to inadvertently cut you off.
Okay.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes, all speakers.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for letting me come up speak. This is my first appearance at board meeting. My son has been diagnosed with several behavioral issues. The main ones coming into play every day are DMDD and ADHD. I understand that his in particular is an extreme case, but in my opinion, his is the case that every staff member should have been trained and ready for. They were not. Everyone, staff, and more importantly, students, were thrown into a sink or swim situation. Guess what's happening? Now, I am very capable of seeing the big, beautiful picture of inclusion, but I'm going to tell you that it is not going to work with the majority of behavioral students. So I ask you, do you have a plan B in place? My son spends more time out of his gen ed classroom than in it. He is in the 2nd grade and he is still learning ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. Because most of his last 2.5 years in school has been being removed from the classroom due to outbursts. How can a teacher possibly teach a classroom of 25 plus students when my son is in the back causing chaos? Don't get me wrong, his very large team is absolutely incredible, and we would not be anywhere without the support that we have gotten. However, my son's team needs your support. Every staff member, every parent, and most importantly, every student needs you guys to step up and figure out how to do better. We have tried inclusion with our son, and it is not working. So with all the hiring that you have done this year, does that include new moderate and medium teachers? Ones that are trained in dealing with behavioral students? Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. McDuffie, and all of the parents and staff in attendance tonight. My name is Jonathan Patterson, and I am one of the resource teachers at Ontiveros Elementary School. I am here tonight to speak about 2 issues negatively impacting success for our students who have IEPs: staffing of instructional assistants and behavioral aides, and classroom space. Currently, Ontiveros has 13 special education aides working on our team. Of those, only 4 are district employees. A few of the vendor aides have been at our site for more than a year. Some have been here since only January. Since the district began the rollout of full inclusion at the beginning of the 2022-2023 school year, 12 vendor aides have come and gone from Ontiveros. It is inappropriate for the district to have unprepared, inexperienced people work with our neediest students. Although the multiple vendor agencies do explain to the individuals that they will be working at a school, many of them do not have much other training or experience in working with students with autism, specific learning disabilities, emotional disturbance, or ADHD, and the training is not consistent across agencies. Thus, it falls to the case managers to provide guidance and training on how to work with these populations in general, and the students on our caseloads in particular. This training often has to begin on the walk from the front office to our classrooms, as we also have students to teach and case management to do. Even more importantly, however, is the time it takes a student with any of these needs to build rapport with a new adult in order to be able to truly get academic or social emotional benefit. When a vendor aide, who can elect to leave or can be reassigned at any moment, does not return to our school, we begin all over again. Many of the vendor aides on the JPO team are very good and have expressed interest in becoming district employees. Unfortunately, it is usually a better financial choice to continue working for a vendor agency. Please remove the bureaucratic and financial roadblocks so that SMBSD can hire and retain quality classified aides. I would also like to briefly speak about classroom space. At our site, an itinerant resource teacher met with her groups in a section of the intervention room, surrounded by double doors, glass windows, and cabinets. This was an inappropriate location for many reasons. So in February, admin relocated that resource program to a separate classroom. That classroom, however, was already occupied by another resource teacher. That resource teacher and I are now sharing a classroom separated by partitions. Multiple groups of students engaging in small group instruction in the same room is not appropriate, especially when many of the students have auditory or attention processing deficits. It is inappropriate for 2 full-time resource programs to each have half of a classroom. However, our campus is completely full.
Speaker, you are
with
now
no-
at time. Please wrap up in 5 seconds.
Yes, completely full with no open classrooms or spaces. If the district is serious about full inclusion and meeting the needs of all of its students, it needs to invest more money and resources into appropriate staffing and appropriate classroom space. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jose Rodriguez, and I'm a U.S. history teacher. In my 20 years at El Camino Junior High, I've worn many hats, such as working as an instructional aide in resource. We worked with small groups of students to develop their reading and comprehension skills, including regulating their behavior in other classes. For many of these students, the special education classroom was the LRE, the least restrictive environment. Now, it seems SMBSD is moving towards a model with special education students spending 100% of their day in the general education classroom, regardless of whether or not this is their LRE. At El Camino Junior High, some of the behavior challenges we face in the classroom and on the blacktop are presented by students with IEPs. We simply lack the trained support staff in the classroom to address these students' needs that would otherwise be attended to by trained educators during pull-out services in self-contained settings. Too many of my students with IEPs are falling behind.
Please slow down, speaker, for the interpretation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Too many of my students with IEPs are falling behind academically and causing disruptions that affect the learning of their peers because they are struggling to keep up with 7 periods of grade level instruction, even with all of the accommodations listed in their IEPs. I've had conversations with my SPED colleagues who agree that these same students would perform much better in smaller classes with their peers and without the temptation to imitate the disruptive behavior of their attention-seeking classmates. Personally, I am concerned about my daughter who has an IEP. She's currently enrolled in an autism special day class through the Santa Barbara County Education Office, with about 9 other students. There are 5 adults in the classroom, including the teacher and 4 aides. Next year, she is going to enroll in a full-day kinder class in SMBSD with 30 students, 1 teacher, and 1 BIA. They may not know how to handle meltdowns, toileting issues, food aversions, elopements, sensory overload, and other behavioral issues that my daughter experiences every day and requires support to de-escalate. What's going to happen when my child has any of these issues in a class of 30 students without the support she needs from a one-to-one aide or a teacher who isn't trained to accommodate those needs? Our district has fumbled inclusion. We should have had PD for the last year to prepare for this. The district must hire more staff to provide the necessary support. Inclusion should have been our top priority, supporting children with disabilities, not letters training. We put the cart before the horse, and now our students are the ones who are falling behind. Let's do better, folks. Thank you for your time.
So I have Jesus Fuentes. Jesus Fuentes. Also, Alejandra Martinez. Andrea Lopez. And Araceli Fernandez.
Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak today, board members. I'm an employee with the school district and I have worked with special education department for over 9 years. I have worked with children from kindergarten to all the way to 8th grade. So I ran the gambit through every single school grade throughout the years. While the inclusion program is very well-meaning and sounds great on paper, the implementation and the rollout of it has been a logistical disaster. The rollout seemed, in my opinion, rushed, and there was very little preparation and foresight as to what the needs were as far as hiring more aides, especially quality aides. I worked at the school sites where third-party agency hires were severely underqualified and unprepared. Some never worked with children before, let alone special needs children. Some of these hires even told me on one occasion that they were not told what duties and what responsibilities they would have before entering the position. And in some instances, some of these aides refused to toilet children, which is one of the responsibilities that a special education aide has. In my last year as an aide for special education, it was even though there was an abundance of aides, only 2 of us, 3, including myself, were willing to do the task of toileting children. And because of that, the students that we were assigned to would suffer. We were not able to support them in the position that we had in the classrooms with them. We would have to, on some occasions, toilet up to 8 children because the third-party agency hires weren't willing to do the job. So the short of it is that in the inclusion program should have had more preparation before it was just severely rushed. I've spoken to a lot of gen ed teachers, and quite frankly, there's a disconnect between the gen ed teachers and special ed teachers. They're not, in some instances, they're not even willing to work together or to better understand the needs of the children. I've had a couple of occasions where some gen ed teachers have even told me, quite frankly, that they don't want the special education students in their classrooms, that they're a distraction for the rest of their students. And I've also spoken to special ed teachers where they're saying that they feel like they're not being used to their fullest extent. And some occasions, some of the resource teachers have told me they feel like they're just sitting in the corner and that's it. Even though they're teachers, they're not actually teaching their students. So I feel it's just an injustice overall, what we're doing with our special needs students. And the inclusion program seems well-meaning, but to be honest, I feel like the way it was before, where we had designated classrooms for each level of disability, was more efficient towards them, towards providing their the needs that they the support that they need. And that's all my words I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Lopez, an avid student at El Camino Junior High. I feel that us as students need more support. Think about a family member you know being in an environment where they don't feel safe. I am proud of our students for all of their achievements, even after all of the distractions going on. I would like to thank all the El Camino teachers that are always here to support us. I hope you take this in consideration for more help support for our students. Thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Araceli Fernandez. I am an attending 8th grade student at El Camino Junior High. I do not feel safe. Being at El Camino gives me anxiety. Sometimes I know many students that are scared to go to school every day, fearing if they will be getting attacked or not. I now have to leave my classes 5 minutes early because I am trying to avoid conflicts. Teachers are there to teach students. It's in the name teachers, not to wake up and know something will most likely happen at their school. Students are there for learning, not for conflicts. The suspension students are getting is not enough. Students do not care about the suspensions or detentions. The fights at El Camino are really bad. I have some friends who have ended up in the hospital. People have heard rumors that are most likely not true on El Camino pages on Instagram, and then they start conflicts. I nor any other student should have to be in classrooms during lunch or breaks fearing for our safety. My learning has been interrupted with fear and anxiety. El Camino Junior High needs help. Thank you.
And again, just a friendly reminder to please slow down when you all are speaking.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Alejandra.
Disculpe, un momentito, por favor.
Mi nombre es Alejandra y yo soy una madre con una hija que está en el camino y soy una madre muy preocupada porque ella ha sido acosada y golpeada y ella ya no quiere asistir a las clases y yo no me siento tranquila tampoco. Y a mí me gusta, he tratado de llamar para hacer una cita para hablar con los principales, pero no contestan. Ayer yo les hice más de 8 llamadas para ver si podía hacer una cita, pero no contestan y ya no sé qué puedo hacer y yo me siento muy preocupada y mi hija ya no quiere asistir tampoco a las clases y me gustaría que apoyaran, que ayudaran a hacer algo, porque eso no está bien lo que está pasando. Diario hay peleas y eso es uno de padre, no está tranquilo porque no sabe qué está pasando en la escuela y me gustaría que los apoyaran por los estudiantes y a los maestros también, que puedan hacer algo porque eso no está bien y ojalá y que puedan ayudarlos. Gracias.
Gracias.
Hello, my name is Alejandra, mother who is worried of my daughter who has been bullied, who has been hurt, who doesn't want to attend school anymore. I've called many times. I've tried to make appointments with the with administration. I've made 8 calls with no answers, with no way to make an appointment. I don't know what to do. My daughter doesn't want to attend. Please, I ask for support. There's daily fights. As a parent, it hurts to be in the unknown. Please support our students, our teachers, and I hope that you can give them what they need.
So we have Deanna Jones. Is it Desiree Galindo? Is it, I'm sorry, Isis Bernardo?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Deanna Jones, and I have been a gen ed history teacher at El Camino for the last 11 years. Until recently, I was proud to tell people that I worked for our distinguished district. El Camino had always been the heartbeat of our community, and being part of this school filled me with joy. Lately, however, my confidence in the leadership of this district has flatlined. I have addressed the board only a few times during my career, yet I am compelled to do so tonight because of the severity of things that are transpiring on our campus. When we try to speak truth to power, we are temporarily placated, our concerns listened to, yet ultimately brushed to the side. I'd like to ask why. On a daily basis, my students, coworkers, and I are subjected to egregious disrespect from the children we are tasked with teaching. Both inside and outside of the classroom, a small but very emboldened group of students terrorize, the rest of our school community. This year, I have been called the B word multiple times to my face, something that has never happened before. I found a shank, a makeshift knife made out of a sharpened screwdriver in my classroom. Luckily, I intercepted this weapon before our first morning break. But what if I hadn't? I shudder to think of how this weapon might have been used. And yesterday, a student put his hands on me during a confrontational interaction. This is what we are dealing with every day. I would like to direct your attention to the annual notification to parents and guardians that you sent home to families back in August. To refresh your memory, on page 23, it states, all pupils have the right to participate fully in the educational process, free from discrimination, harassment, violence, intimidation, and bullying. Yet, you turn a blind eye to all of the students who are consistently here having to address you because of this hostile learning environment. And because of your wise decision to be as inclusive as possible, in a few short months, we will have a celebration at the end of the year where the perpetrators and victims will have to put on happy faces and be expected to celebrate together. Now tell me, how fair is that? I would encourage all of you to come visit our school campuses unannounced and on a frequent basis so you can better understand the hardships that we are facing. Most of you are former educators, so let me ask you, if multiple students are coming to you pleading for help, what would you do? Ignore them? The reputation of this school district once had desperately needs to be resuscitated. Let's work
Speaker, your
together.
time is up. Please wrap up in 5 seconds.
Let's work together to revive the heartbeat of this community. So let me ask you, what are you going to do?
My name is Isis Bernardo, and I am an avid student at El Camino Junior High. From the perspective of a hardworking student, I sometimes feel that our fun opportunities are taken away from us because of the behavior and actions of other students. It pains me to see other schools do fun things such as field days, spirit days, and much more. It's sad to know that part of why our school doesn't host these events is because of students' behavior and lack of trust between students and staff at El Camino. I hope you all can recognize the students who come here to learn and have a good future. I would like to have fun memories about my experience in middle school. However, when I look back, I have little to no memories because of all the chaos around me. I hope that the teachers and staff know that there are students who are grateful for them and care about them. Throughout middle school, I have made really special bonds with my avid teacher, Miss Sandoval, and my cheer coach, Miss Darling. I understand that you all are trying to do your best to keep us safe, but I hope that you guys take this into consideration to plan more fun activities at school in the future. In the future, I hope that the trust between students, staff, and teachers is rebuilt.
Good evening, board members. My name is Desiree Galindo. I'm an 8th grade avid student at El Camino Junior High, and I'm also involved in clubs and sports. I feel so unsafe at El Camino, and it's traumatizing. I have feelings that someone is going to attack or assault me. That feeling is not a good feeling, and I am scared to even go to school because of everything going on at school. I believe we should have police officers at our school. Teachers are having to try to stop fights and getting hurt while trying to stop the violence going on at school. Please help make El Camino a better place because we want to learn and be here, but it is hard to come to school every day. Recently, this incident happened at school that involved me. I tried to avoid the situation, but something still happened. It took teachers a good minute to stop the conflict from the first day of school to now. I see teachers are losing the light in them for teaching. It's really sad because teachers come to school to teach, not to stop fights. Students should be able to come to school ready to learn, not scared, thinking someone is out there trying to fight them. Students have to go into classes just to feel safe. Teachers are people too. They matter just like everyone else here. I thought what was happening was normal, but it's not. We deserve better. Thank you.
Jacqueline, Gudino Rios? Lily Lawson? Are you Jacqueline? Okay. Miriam Satian? Say your name? Is it Sati? Did I say it right? Satian? Okay. Monica Navarro.
Good afternoon, esteemed board members and members of our community. I am Jacqueline Gudino Rios, here to address a concerning issue regarding the safety and well-being of our students due to violence in our schools. My younger sister is a dedicated seventh grader at El Camino Junior High, having earned the Principal's Award and Honor Roll this school year. On March 8th, 2024, while walking to exit the school premises, she was attacked from behind by another student, resulting in physical injuries and emotional distress. Notably, the attack was recorded by two students who knew the attack would be carried out. Despite a signed no contact contract, the perpetrator received a mere 1-day suspension. 1 week after the attack, my sister is again receiving threats by the same girl and her friend group. The subsequent threats of further violence by the same student and her friends have left my sister living in fear, affecting her well-being and hindering her ability to focus on her education. Despite proposed solutions such as early dismissal from class and spending her break and lunch in a classroom to avoid confrontation, the underlying issue remains unresolved, perpetuating a hostile environment for those seeking to learn. It is evident that our current disciplinary measures are inadequate in deterring such behavior and protecting our students. Therefore, I implore this board take decisive action to ensure the safety and security of all students with our educational community. Effective consequences must be enforced to hold accountable those who threaten the educational environment and well-being of their peers. In conclusion, I urge you to prioritize the implementation of robust disciplinary measures and proactive interventions to create a safe and conducive learning environment for our students. Thank you for your attention and commitment to addressing this urgent matter.
Hello, board. My name is Lily Lawson, and I am an eighth grader at El Camino. I am an Avid and Builders Club, and I would just like to say a few things. I've seen things firsthand, students walking out of class. Every period, there's at least one or more disruptions. For a long time, I thought this was normal. I see the teachers I look up to being disrespected every day, and I'm tired of it. I am very observant, and I can see the teacher I met on the first day of school is not the same teacher now. Right now, I can see teachers losing their light to teach in El Camino. It's depressing. Sometimes I see a teacher talking to a student, and it's like they're talking to a wall. This is not right. I'm tired of it. We deserve better.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Miriam Santillan, and I am an eighth grade student at El Camino Junior High. This year has been very difficult. We feel unsupported, and I am here to ask you for help. We need change, and it is unfair that students like myself do not feel safe coming to school. We have had many situations where students have had physical contact with one another, and nothing happens. In some occasions, students are attacked by other students. The student that is attacked is sent back to school with no supervision, knowing that they could get attacked again and it could possibly lead to them getting severely hurt. What I'm asking for is your help to make me and my fellow classmates feel safe again, entering the place where we spend most of our time. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna call Monique Sandoval and Teresa Asushin as well.
Good evening, members of the board. I am a parent of one of the students at El Camino Junior High. Unfortunately, I have witnessed fights outside of school and seen principal and security do nothing about it. My child has been a victim and has been threatened not once, but several times by the same student, and unfortunately, school staff have not done anything about it. But they have the sake to tell me to come pick up my child early from school to make accommodations for her own safety. Even after asking the staff that the other student have consequences to tell me, they unfortunately nothing they can do.
Slow down for the interpreters. Just slow it down.
So even after asking the staff, the other students to have consequences, they tell me that unfortunately nothing can be done but to make accommodations for my own child's safety. I, as a parent, do not feel safe leaving my child every day at this school. I urge the board to take action regarding these issues. Thank you.
Good evening, board and community members. My name is Monique Sandoval, and I'm voicing my concerns about the safety of staff and students at El Camino. I'm an El Camino alumni, was their school resource officer from 2017 to 2020, and my mother and sister are currently teachers there. I have volunteered countless hours throughout my life and continuously make monetary donations because El Camino has always been a second home to my family. I loved walking around campus and seeing the positive and friendly environment created by the teachers, staff, and students. Now, as a police officer, I myself don't even feel safe on campus. The amount of smiles that have turned to frowns and faces of defeat is clear and evident, not only with staff, but the students as well. It is sad that the destructive children are rewarded with remaining on campus, taking pride in their detrimental behavior, and getting multiple chances to continue to be with the rest of the students when children who want to learn and teachers who want to teach are continuing to be put at risk. I worry about my mother and sister's safety. I get worried when I receive messages or phone calls from them during the day. They have always loved their profession and their students. It saddens me because they used to love talking about their days at work, and now they don't. Work was always a second home to them, and now they dread being at work because they do not know what will happen next and do not feel safe. Now, it's not if something is going to happen, because something happens every single day. It's just simply a matter of what happened this time. It shocks and appalls me the way students verbally and physically treat the staff members. I never thought I would hear about students not only physically assaulting other students daily, but now physically assaulting teachers at El Camino. Having to receive that phone call from my sister that she was physically assaulted and punched in the face by a student not only angered me, but it saddened me as well. This is disgusting. This is not the school district that I grew up in. Never would I have thought that a student would have the audacity and thought process to hit a teacher. My sister is more involved and cares more about her students than anyone I've ever known, other than my mother. The fact that I could not protect and keep my sister safe at a school where she is a teacher is disgusting. Teachers did not get into this profession to dread going to work, to be worried if they're going to be assaulted and not feel safe. If teachers are not safe, that means kids are not safe. How can a parent trust sending their kids to our schools when violence is occurring inside and outside of the classroom? Lack of proper discipline and consequences only further leads to continued negative behaviors. Without proper correction, there's going to continue to be a cycle of blatant disrespect for authority and a lack for a care of their education. The light that I used to see in my mother and sister, I feel like I don't see anymore, and that hurts me because they have always loved what they do, and because of the current environment at El Camino, that light has dimmed. When I was an SRO, I never saw this amount of violence on campus.
Speaker, you are at time. Please wrap up in 5 seconds.
Noted. And when there were incidents, they were nipped in the butt right away, and the problem students did not continue to run the school. There was still control and structure at this school. I now see that that has completely gone out the window. Students believe they are unstoppable and invincible due to the lack of consequences for their actions. Why would they change their behaviors if they know administration won't do anything about it? I used to praise El Camino, but now I sadly say I would never want to send my own children there under these current conditions. I don't even want my mother and sister
Speaker,
to work there
you are
right
at
now.
time.
I worry for their safety, especially knowing there's nothing I can do to help protect them. As El Camino's former SRO, alumni, concerned sister, and daughter, I plead with the board and the community to help restore order. The unthinkable
Speaker,
and
you are at time. We
unimaginable
have other
is inevitable
speakers.
in this current school environment. I pray our school, this district, and this community does not succumb to and have to experience that. Thank you
Speaker,
for your
you.
time.
Thank you.
Noted, noted.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta Directiva y maestros. Mi nombre es Teresa. Yo vengo aquí porque mi estudiante va en el grado 8 y mi estudiante son 3 veces que lo han golpeado. Yo quiero pedirles, por favor, que ayuden en la escuela El Camino, porque mi hijo, él es un buen estudiante, pero no hay seguridad. Yo quisiera pedirles que hubiera un policía, un oficial en la escuela, más securities para que puedan ayudar, porque hay muchas peleas, sobre todo adentro de la escuela, y entonces eso yo para mí como madre me preocupa muchísimo, porque mi hijo para mí es mi prioridad, y yo quiero pues más que nada suplicarles, porque es mucho lo que le ha pasado a mi hijo. Son 3 veces que lo han golpeado, la segunda vez fue hasta el hospital, y son niños que yo no sé si están sus nervios lo traicionan o yo no sé, pero mi hijo es un buen estudiante. Yo quiero pedirles, por favor, que hagan algo por la escuela, porque en la escuela El Camino pasan muchas cosas. Yo no quiero que mi hijo siga sufriendo por que siempre que esté golpeado, se ha reflejado en sus calificaciones, porque él es un buen estudiante, pero cuando lo mandan a la casa porque tiene que, por su seguridad, entonces yo lo veo reflejado en su calificación, baja bastante de calificación. Yo quiero pedirles que por favor, hagan algo, porque en la escuela hay muchas peleas. Yo quiero por favor suplicarles que hagan algo por la escuela y por mi hijo también, porque hay muchos niños. Mi niño no sale al recreo, no sale a agarrar su lonche, porque está en un salón donde lo tienen en un lugar seguro. Pero yo siento que eso no está, ¿cómo se llama? Sí es un lugar donde está en un salón encerrado, pero siento que mi hijo no está disfrutando su escuela como debería ser, que él debería agarrar su lonche, debería ir a jugar con sus compañeritos, y más sin embargo no está pasando eso. Yo quiero suplicarles, por favor, que ayuden y que hagan algo por la escuela, porque eso me preocupa muchísimo. Y me preocupa mucho por mi hijo, porque yo sé que todo lo que le está pasando puede ser que al rato pueda hacer algo por lo que le ha pasado a él. Yo siento que él puede hacer algo que a lo mejor no pues con tanta inseguridad que está pasando. Por favor, suplicarles que hagan algo, por favor, por la escuela. Gracias.
Good evening, board members. My name is Teresa. I have an 8th grader at El Camino. I just wanted to share that my son, he has been hit 3 times over at El Camino. So I ask you to please help El Camino. I have a good student. What the school needs is maybe a security, maybe have a police officer, more securities. There are many fights going on at that campus. As a mom, I'm concerned because my son is my priority. Once again, he's been hurt 3 times. The second time he had to go to the hospital. I have a good student. I don't want to see him suffer at school. I don't want to see his grades get affected. He's been sent home for many times for safety reasons. So I ask you to please do something because there are too many fights going on. My son, he's in a safe classroom. He doesn't get to enjoy his lunch or recess outside of the classroom. That's why I am concerned. If you could do something to help the school, because my son, he is a good son, and I don't want him to do something in reacting in a different way because he feels very insecure. So please do something and help El Camino. Thank you.
Okay, we have Nicole Benavides. Benavides. Thank you. Beatrice Vasquez. Anahi Santos. And Marissa Feely.
Good evening. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nicole Benavides, a proud parent of a second grader who is a part of the special day class at Taylor Elementary School. This personal connection to the topic of inclusion fuels my passion and compels me to advocate for its significance. Inclusion is not merely a concept. It's a strong tool that ensures all students, regardless of their abilities or backgrounds, can fully engage in all aspects of the school experience. This approach fosters a sense of belonging and acceptance in all overall learning environment, reaping benefits not only for those with diverse needs, but for all students. While Santa Maria Bonita School District has taken steps toward inclusion, there's still much ground to cover. It's about cultivating an environment where everyone feels welcome and respected. To achieve this, it's important to implement diversity education across the district, which can enlighten families and the communities. Many of our general education teachers are experiencing their most challenging years as educators because our district has transitioned into inclusion. Still, many lack the knowledge, experience, and awareness on how best to support learners with diverse needs without adequate support. Special education teachers require additional learning experience to support their colleagues and support staff with inclusive practices. Learning is a continuing process for everyone. This includes understanding students' diverse demographic backgrounds and acknowledging differences within our classrooms, such as abilities, disabilities, and instructional practices. There is a need for sensory rooms in each school with inclusion classes that can accommodate more than one child at a time, unlike the one at Taylor Elementary School, where children must wait or have a time slot open to go into a sensory room to regulate themselves. It is crucial to have enough well-trained support staff in each inclusion classroom to provide one-on-one support. Learning opportunities, training sessions, and meetings should be organized for all educators and support staff to foster collaboration and provide adequate support for all students in school. These sessions should focus on how to appropriately support all learners, enabling them to participate fully in school activities. We need to provide staff in school with protective equipment for situations when children become physically aggressive. As administrators, you play a crucial role in creating a positive and diverse school environment. To achieve this, you need to have the necessary knowledge and skill to promote inclusive practices. By offering learning opportunities and fostering a culture of continuous learning, you can empower not only yourselves, but also the teachers, students, and families to work towards the common goal of inclusion. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Beatrice Vasquez, and I'm a classified employee working for our district. But today I'm here as a parent. In the class that I work in, since inclusion, I've been licked, kicked, and stabbed in the hand with a pencil where blood was drawn. Our first inclusion student was always on the run. I spent most of these days outside or keeping an eye on the door, just waiting for the student to elope. I was unable to fully support the rest of our
Beatrice?
23 students.
Can you slow down?
At the time. Sometimes it felt like both mine and the classroom's teacher attention was taken up by this one student. This makes me think of my own children. They attend inclusion classrooms in our district. They are part of the 23. Those left to work independently while a fire is put out on the other side of the room. Those who have to leave the class while a student learns to calm his body. I'm sharing this not because I'm against inclusion, but because of the lack of support in our classrooms. These students lacked trained support, and that trickles down to those 23. Since inclusion started, I've met some awesome kiddos I would never have met otherwise because I work in a general ed classroom. I'm here for them too. They deserve more. We all do.
In my 17 years working in special education, I've worked with and supported students in early childhood intervention, taught mild to mod special day class, taught our extensive needs special day classes, and currently teach resource. I hold a dual credential for mild to moderate and moderate to severe disabilities, a master's in special education and autism, and I also have a bridge certification for both credentials. And now I'm a mother to a neurodivergent child. In my opinion, and with my experience, I'm highly qualified to know when a student is receiving the maximum educational benefit in their least restrictive environment. I already gave them a copy, or the LRE.
Speaker, please slow down for the interpreters.
Yeah, they have a copy.
No, you still need to slow down for the
When Eric
interpreters.
Thompson and Kristen McKenna presented the inclusion rollout to you in February
Ma'am, you please slow down because otherwise we
Yep.
can't interpret for
I am.
bilingual families.
in 2022, they
Or I can
discussed that the students would still be able to receive their LRE in all settings. They presented a colorful continuum that included the least restrictive environment to the most restrictive environment. I'll send you a copy. But I regret to report that they misinformed you. All special day classes for mild to moderate learners have been closed. This means our opportunity to give students who need more restrictive learning environments only have small resource group settings and extensive need classes. However, the resource class, where we're being told to perform small group instructions or push in to the gen ed, we have mostly just done small group in gen ed, where we are basically overpaid instructional assistants. Our other option for the least restrictive environment is our extensive needs special day class. That program takes away a student's ability to graduate with a diploma. We often have to make the decision in TK and kindergarten to take away a student's diploma. We have to make that decision without offering more support, ensuring a benefit in order to make that decision because there's no least restrictive environment at that age. In my time as a special ed teacher, I have successfully moved at least 6 students from the SDC track into gen ed while fading support. Making that decision to the opposite is mind-blowing. An IEP is written based on individual needs, students' needs. It is written based on a student's personal learning needs. Students get assessed every year. They develop IEP goals that determine the least restrictive learning environment. Is it fair to offer only 2 settings, a gen ed class with supports or extensive needs supports where you remove your diploma? How can we say that removing all of the supports is doing what's best for our kids? How can neighboring districts still be actively hiring for special day classes for students with mild to moderate disabilities?
Speaker,
We
you're
are
out of time.
removing them.
Please wrap up in 5 seconds.
I get it. Why do neighboring districts put students first in ORCID, but we cultivate bright futures for some students?
Thank you very much for your time, Speaker.
Bring back
Appreciate you.
least restrictive environment and do what's best for all of our students.
Thank you.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Hi, members of the board and everybody else here, including teachers and parents. My name is Anais Santos. I'm a youth wellness coordinator with a nonprofit here in Santa Maria called One Community Action. I work with youth ages 12 to 25, and I have students in my program that are from Adam Elementary, Fester Junior High, and including El Camino Junior High. And I'm hearing the same issues coming from all of those students in all of those different schools, right? These issues include, but are not limited to, their safety from other students, as mentioned plenty of times here, attitude from staff, the feeling of unwelcome by staff in classrooms and on campus. My organization has 2 programs, right? The one I ran, Raíces, and one Por Vida. We are at Regueri, Santa Maria, PV, Delta, and including Fitzgerald. There we have círculos with our youth, right? We talk about different topics and, the violences that affect them and their communities. We were invited about 3 weeks ago to join El Camino Junior High, right, and speak with the students who were not allowed to the award ceremony due to their academics. We explained the Por Vida program to them and talked about the different violences they experienced, mainly about the violence or the physical violence, both at home and at school. These youth had a lot of feedback. In fact, teachers there in the classroom with us were surprised that these students in this classroom were actually participating and telling their stories and their experiences with us. And to us, that's normal, right? We get a lot of feedback from these students when we join them in circle and actually sit down and ask them about their troubles both at home and at school. So I cannot explain how many times parents come into our office by Fester behind McDonald's, coming in asking for support for their students, specifically in junior high, specifically in El Camino and Tommy Kuhn's. So I really want to ask y'all, what are you doing, right? We're hearing about the fights. Victims are fearing from physical altercation. And then those doing the physical violence are also fearing their safety at home and on their way to school and at home. So there's no one solution, but I am a strong and firm believer of restorative justice practices, right? And how this can truly help our schools and communities. Working with an organization, I want to hear from the board members and from teachers, and I am more than willing to sit down with those students who are having those altercations in classrooms and who are misbehaving, because at the end of the day, these are students with stories, right? These are students who are victims of the violences in our community. And then I also want to speak in behalf, just teachers need the support system.
Speaker, you're at time,
Yeah.
5 seconds.
So teachers need the support system, but students need that support system. So let us as community partners be that support system for the students and the teachers. Thank you.
Kristen Patterson. And then Kim Johnson.
We have more comments.
I'll try and go slow, but I did provide a copy to the interpreters already.
Please make sure that you also, slow down. So this allows our interpreters to make sure that they're interpreting what you're saying. Thank you. And all speakers, please be mindful of the time as well. We do have a variety of speakers. All of you, deserve your 3 minutes or less. So please be mindful of that. Thank you.
My name is Kristen Patterson, and I'm a special educator at Arianas Junior High. I've taught in SMBSD for 10 years. When I began in this district, I taught small groups of students in a separate setting, which continued until last year when I began co-teaching 2 math classes in addition to teaching 2 classes of my own. I come to you today not only as a teacher, but as a parent with 2 students, 2 children with IEPs. I attempt to provide for each of my students what I would want provided for my own. Currently, I co-teach in 4 different classrooms with 4 different teachers for different subjects, in addition to pushing into classrooms to support students on my caseload. I case manage just under 20 students with varying eligibilities, such as specific learning disabilities, other health impairments, such as ADHD, anxiety, depression, orthopedic impairments, and emotional disturbance. I'm responsible for coordinating the services for these students as their case manager. I believe that our students deserve the best, and I strive to provide the best education for each student I see in my day, which is around 100 students. Finding what works for each of these students takes time, attention to detail, adjustments, and follow-up with both colleagues and parents. I've worked hard to build partnerships with my fellow teachers and staff to support our diverse learners in their classrooms, because it's what our students deserve. When the inclusion plan was presented, it was stated that junior highs would be staffed with at least 4 special education teachers. Now, inclusion is hitting junior highs a year ahead of schedule. At AGH, we've never had SDCs. We're not ready. Yet the plan isn't for there to be 4 case managers at our school. General education teachers at Arianas will have students with intellectual disabilities in addition to these other eligibility categories in their classrooms before training has been provided, and there may only be an aide who may or may not be trained as the support. During the inclusion presentation made to this board, the expected caseload size after inclusion was rolled out was to be 10 to 15 students. Currently, the plan is to staff AJH with 3 full-time resource teachers at a ratio of approximately 25 students per caseload and a half-time teacher shared with the elementary school. This will make co-teaching and push-in difficult, not to mention how challenging the increased workload these students with more intensive needs will have on these case managers and teachers. A promise was made by the district with inclusion when the inclusion plan was adopted. This promise has been broken, but it's not too late. You can hire highly qualified special education teachers and staff junior high schools at the rate of at least 4 per school to continue supporting learners with diverse special education needs. We already ask a lot of our teachers, both
Speaker, you're
general,
out of time, 5 seconds.
just a sec. General ed and special ed, please allow us to continue the work we've been doing by lowering caseloads so that special education teachers have the time to give each student on their caseloads the attention they deserve.
Thank you.
I provided a copy as well. My name is Kim Johnson. I'm the instructional coach at teacher at Tommy Kuhn's Junior High School, the other blue school. This is my 8th year at Tommy Kuhn's, and I'm proud to say that both of my own children went through Tommy Kuhn's, and unfortunately now, like the 2 teachers who spoke from El Camino last public comments, I would probably not feel confident sending my children to Tommy Kuhn's today. And it makes me really sad to say that because no one will deny I love my school. That's why I'm here at almost 8 o'clock at night to fight for it. I'm here to speak to you tonight because student behavior on our campuses across our district and to speak to the fact that student behavior is going unchecked and it's not isolated to any one campus, as you've heard tonight. We have a systemic problem in our district and we can't pass the buck anymore. We can't say that it's just a particular site's admin at fault and we don't have enough admin to deal with the issues that arise, by the way, or that it's just this way across the country now post-COVID, or that the state of California ties our hands and doesn't allow us to discipline students by creating reasonable consequences for unacceptable actions. We can't spin the narrative of the situation and say that just teaching students how we want them to behave will somehow solve the problem. Of course, modeling and educating children on acceptable and respectful behavior and about consequences for their actions is necessary. But if there are no guardrails, no boundaries put in place, if students know that the first fright is free, as was stated last meeting, or that they will never get expelled because our dashboard is immaculate, and that is what we value, then where is the incentive for them to stop all those behaviors you heard tonight? I don't think the answer is giving them a can of Coke to reward them. We can spin that data too. It doesn't change the reality of the situation, even though it will make the dashboard look good. You have heard 2 of our top students, Jasmine and Daniel, speak tonight, student advisors. They deserve better than to wade through a campus where students can routinely disrespect adults and harass adults and other students, disregard rules and tardy bells, use language and racial slurs that would nauseate you. One of my 8th graders from the first year at TK is now one of our security guards who does a great job and endures so much disrespect and defiance his entire shift, and he has no recourse. Students don't listen to security either. In many cases, they mock them. It's shameful. For several years, our campus at Tommy Kuhn's got a reputation for being the problem. The answer was always to change out our admin. Can we see now that it's not their fault? It's not their fault as teachers. It's not their fault as students. The system is broken. We need to fix it. Alternative placement programs, school resource officers on our campus, more security and supervision, additional admin, keeping teaching positions to reduce class sizes, and taking a critical look at the initiatives and responsibilities we keep piling onto staff and the jam-packed junior high schedule no one can keep up with or build relationships within. If we value the whole child, and every whole child, there is no other way than to change what is not serving them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we have our final 4. David Plum, and nod to the final 4 coming up. Grisel Gomez, Isabel Garcia, and Marcos de la Paz.
Hi, I'm Dave. Sorry, El Camino.
Please speak into the mic.
But I feel bad listening to all this. But we're from Jimenez Elementary. We got a real nice school, but our grass is kind of a problem. So we got these little gophers, or maybe they're ground squirrels. I'm not sure what they are, but they make a lot of holes, right? So we have why I'm here is I'm like a recess supervisor, and the grass is my area, so I'm like there every day, so I see like everything. And the problem is the holes are hard to see, right? Because there's holes and there's grass, and then where there's a hole, the grass grows higher, right? So it's not like you can see it and like put a cone there and be like, hey guys, stay away from holes, because the guy comes with a tractor and cuts the grass. They're doing a good job. But they're just, the holes never go away. And it's a danger. Like kids are falling over, and like old people such as myself are falling over. And we have a track team, so we would love to have a track. And I'm not saying we should take priority over, the other problems that we've heard about tonight. I mean, my heart goes out to these people, but maybe in your spare time, if we could have a track, that'd be groovy as well. I mean, it seems pretty feasible. And I think, I know what you're thinking, like, okay, so we get a track. I mean, what problem is that going to solve? We're still going to have our ground squirrels or our gophers or whatever they are, and there'll still be holes, right? But what would be good is like if it was just like a dirt track, we could see those holes, right? So when I go out there to like coach track, I can just be like, oh, there's one, and fill it up with a rake, right? But like with everything being grass, like you can't see the holes. So it's like you can't warn people like, hey, run, but don't run there. You know what I mean? So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dave. And I just wanted to say, Camino, oh my God, I was with Santa Maria Bonita School District for 10 years, so, and I work with high school students. They're much better. So I'm just gonna say, I'm sorry. Anyway, concerns, same thing. We're here for the Jimenez track. I'm on behalf of the parents at Jimenez Elementary School, and myself, I'm a parent. I'm a part of the PTC member, the council, the school's council. And we're here to raise this concern. As a parent, I'm here to speak on behalf of my girls too. I have 3 girls at the school currently, and as they participated in any of the events and activities at the school as part of the curriculum, they're having a lot of injuries. I've been sending my kids to urgent cares, paying out of pocket a lot of money for x-rays because they're getting injured. And just not that, but also I have spoken with a lot of parents, and my kid is not the only one, of course, as what Mr. Davis said, of course, it's not a priority. We hear you guys, but also to consider, I mean, at least do something to cut the grass. Can you show some pictures, please? Cut on the grass, fill some of those holes, or make sure, because our students are being very active. I think we are, and I just want to say, Jimenez parents really advocate for their kids. We want to truly encourage more of the physical education, the activities, the sports that they have around. And now that it is a K through 8th grade, it's been part of the curriculum. 7th and 8th grade must have and must participate in the physical education, and they're being graded. My girl has, like I said, she got injured, and now she's expected to run even more. So I try to tell her, don't do it if you have to run on the grass, just because it is dangerous. You're gonna get injured, and on top of that, I'm a working parent, and I also have to pay a lot for that. So just wanted to say thank you and pass it on.
And I just want to say, if you had something like a PowerPoint or whatever, you can provide that. Please just send that to email us, and then we'll provide that to the board. Okay.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Isabel Mendoza. Soy madre de 4 estudiantes de la Escuela Jiménez, uno del kinder, segundo grado, grado 7 y grado 8. He escuchado y platicado con algunos padres de la Escuela Jiménez de los accidentes que han tenido con algunos de sus hijos en educación física. Incluso algunos padres han llevado a sus hijos al doctor por esos accidentes. Gracias a Dios, hasta el momento no he tenido esta experiencia con ninguno de mis hijos, pero base a cada experiencia de estos padres, me lleva a preocuparme por el futuro de cada niño, no solo por mis hijos, sino por todos los estudiantes de la Escuela Jiménez. A mí me preocupa, pero la solución está en las manos de ustedes, con un espacio seguro y un piso anivelado. Finalmente, gracias por su tiempo, escucha y comprensión. Me retiro haciéndoles esta pregunta. Ustedes como padres, ¿qué harían en esta situación? Gracias.
Oh, sorry. Don't start my time.
I'm a mother of a second grader, seventh grader, and eighth grader. I'm here for the incidents that have been happening in Jimenez during PE. I've heard of parents having to take their children to the doctor, and thank God I'm not affected by this. But by listening to this and many other experiences, it gives me worry of every child's future, not just mine, but of all. The power is in your hand to make sure that we have a leveled floor. Let me finish off with this question. If you were the parent, what would you do?
Good evening. My name is Marcos de la Paz, and I am a proud parent of a Jimenez Elementary student. My daughter has been there for the last 8 years, and since first grade, I noticed the grass area was very in bad shape, and right now, I can tell you it's terrible. 3 years ago, I brought this issue to the office, and going back and forth with Javier, a bunch of people, it just went dead. Nothing happened. So last year on May 26th, I sent an email to the board members, to Ricardo Valencia, Linda Cordero, Ricky Lara, Luis Maria Cabral, John Hollingston, and of course, Dr. McDuffie. And I have a copy of the email here about the issue. And again, I didn't get any response, no acknowledgement of the issue nor the problem or my email. So here we are again, and this time we went with a lot of the parents, most of the parents, and we collected signatures. I got right here, the original. Last meeting, there was a lady, I think her name was Caritina, and today we have Mr. Lázaro with the same issue. I know this is not life-threatening like Camino, but I think it's different issues that the district can take care of both of them. That's safety for violence. This is safety for maintenance for our kids. I think it is important for this thing to get resolved. Doing some research with the developers of that school and the architect who built the school, I was told that the green area was never meant to be used as a field or PE practice. It was used as a dump for the excess dirt and rocks. So at the very end, when the school was built, they just level it out and put some grass seeds on top of it. So that's the issue that we have. We would like, I have a slide for the picture of that we can do a track and we can fit 2 soccer fields, not official sizes, but we can do one official if we go horizontal. Unfortunately, there it is. So we do have the space to do all that. And this is just a quick survey that we did, nothing professional. I'm not the professional on that. I have a copy of the original email here, and I have a copy, the original signatures from the parents. And today I send you another email, including all this digital. And I have another copy just in case it gets lost again and nothing happens. So I would like to ask you again, this time face to face, please meet me on the school and we can walk around and I can show you the damage on the field. And if we can get a grade, more sophisticated place for our kids to do exercise and do PE. We do have that beautiful video at the beginning of the meeting with the importance of the physical education for the kids. And if you have any questions why you should fix this, just go back and watch the video that will show you why we have to do this. So thank you very much.
Those are all the public comments for this evening.
The board will now entertain a 10-minute recess. All right. Item 9, approval of agenda as presented. Are there any requests to amend the agenda? Dr.
Yeah.
McDuffie?
Yes, President Valencia, I'd like to pull items 12, B and 12D from the agenda.
May I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
So moved.
I'll second.
It is moved by Mr. Hollinshead and seconded by Ms. Cabral to accept the agenda as amended. Roll call.
Mr. Hollinshead? Mr. Laura? Ms. Cabral? Mrs. Cordero? Mr. Valencia?
Aye, motion passes. Item 10, consent items. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are consistent with adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. They will be acted upon by roll call vote in one motion without discussion unless a member of the board requests an item be pulled from the consent agenda for further discussion. Items pulled from the consent agenda will be voted on separately. Colleagues, I do have something that I would like to add prior to moving forward with consent. So I do not wish to pull an item, but I would like to make the following addition to the language of all of our visual and performing arts jobs descriptions. Under the category of knowledge of, on pages 36, 42, 48, 54, and 60, please amend the bullet point to read, quote, strong knowledge of culturally responsive and culturally relevant teaching. I'll repeat that phrase so that you all are familiar with the language that I would like to include. The original language reads strong knowledge of culturally responsive. My addition would be and culturally relevant teaching. The reasoning for this additional language is that we know the research of Zaretta Hammond. Her book is called Culturally Responsive Teaching and the Brain, Promoting Authentic Engagement and Rigor Among Culturally and Linguistically Diverse Students. This work focuses on how the brain works. Culturally relevant teaching addresses the importance of coupling that with a diverse curriculum that relates to the lives of our students and families. An example of this is the Big Show, where this past Saturday, local high school students from Brigetti High School's Ballet Folclórico and Marimba Band performed music, theater, and dances that were centered on the heritage of our Chicano, Indigenous, and Mexican American youth. Our district is about 95% Latino. Let's make sure that our kids are seeing themselves positively reflected every day in what they are learning. May I have a motion to approve the consent items as presented?
I'll approve as presented.
And I'll second.
It is moved by Mr. Lara and seconded by Ms. Cabral to approve the consent items as presented. Roll call.
Mr. Hollinshead?
Aye.
Mr. Laura?
Aye.
Ms. Cabral?
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye.
Mr. Valencia?
Aye. Motion passes. Item 11, action items. Item A, award of RFP number 5298, Independent Audit Services. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you very much, President Valencia. We did go through a process after many years to select a new audit firm. And Ms. McKnight is here to share with you the results of that process.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Dr. McDuffie and Cabinet. District staff received notification that our current long-term audit service provider would be substantially increasing their fees for the upcoming audit year. And to ensure that the district is receiving a fair and reasonable price for audit services, the business department decided to issue an RFP for independent audit services. 3 firms submitted a response to the RFP. And after the evaluation process, 2 of the 3 firms, based on the initial scoring, were shortlisted and invited to conduct a Zoom interview with the evaluation committee. At the conclusion of the final scoring, CWDL, Certified Public Accountants, received the highest score, and their proposal was deemed as responsive to the specifications. The term of the agreement is 1 year with 2 one-year optional renewals. Staff recommends awarding a contract for RFP 5298 Independent Audit Services to CWDL Certified Public Accountants.
Thank you very much. Board members, are there any questions or comments?
Refresh me, we're changing because there was a price increase, I believe.
Yes, they proposed to increase their prices. I want to say the number was like $47,000, about 45% of their current fee.
Okay, yeah, I thought that's what it was, so I just wanted to get a refresher. Thank you.
Ms. Cordero, do you have any questions or comments? I do have a question. Why, we usually typically go with the lowest bid, and not always, but usually that's what I've seen as a pattern. I did notice that we're going with the bid that's sort of mid-range, if you will. Can you please explain a little bit why that is?
Yes, so typically when we're doing, or we're looking for a service partner, we don't necessarily want to always go with low bid. We will always have the cost be the highest rated points value. But there are other things that we are allowed to take into consideration so that it's not just low bid. It allows us to really develop a partnership and base it on other things than just cost.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions or comments from the board, may I have a motion?
I'll make the motion that the Board of Education approve the award of the contract for RFP number 5298 Independent Audit Services presented.
And I'll second that.
It is moved by Mr. Lara and seconded by Ms. Cordero that the Board of Education approve the award of a contract for RFP number 5298 Independent Audit Services as provided. Roll call.
Mr. Hollinshead.
Aye.
Mr. Lara.
Aye.
Ms. Cabral.
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero.
Aye.
Mr. Valencia.
Aye. Motion passes. Item B, authorize to allow the superintendent to award bid number 5303 field improvements at Bruce Elementary School. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you very much, President Valencia. I'll also ask for Ms. McKnight's assistance in providing you the information you need on this item.
The specifications for this project were prepared by Oasis Associates, and it includes an additive alternate bid item to add a walking path to the project. 9 prospective bidders attended a mandatory pre-bid conference, and this bid is scheduled to open on March 25th. District staff would like to schedule the work to begin during spring break. And so tonight we are requesting the board's authorization to allow the superintendent to award a contract for bid 5303 to the lowest responsible bidder after the expiration of the 5-day appeal period. Also, based on the available budget for this project, the superintendent, if granted authorization to award this contract, may include the additive alternate into the awarded amount. Staff will return to the April 24th board meeting to request ratification of the award. And this project, if I'm not mistaken, Javier can correct me, has a 62 calendar day completion.
Yes, Mr. Hollinshead.
I'll wait for Javier. I think he'll probably have the answer, Patricia, that's all.
I agree.
So can you maybe describe what the path is, composition and length or what have you?
Yes, so we work with Jillian and her PE team there at Bruce. It is a walking path. It's 10-foot wide. It cuts through the center of the field and aligns with a east and west direction for the long side of the track, and butts up against the backside on the north side of the field.
What's the composition, or what's it made of, or?
It's going to be DG. Yeah, that's typical for the walking paths that we've installed in the past.
Thank you.
Ms. Cabral, did you have a question or comment?
I didn't hear the last part that she said, how long it was gonna take. And then the path is already there and we're just kind of fixing it, or we're doing the new path?
we're creating a new improvement for the walking path. So right now, what they currently have is just a grass field. And so as part of the project, the grass field will also be improved and we'll be also installing new irrigation.
Ms. Cabral, can you speak into the mic, please?
And then the last part, how long would it take?
So the construction period is 62 days, but then there's also a 180-day maintenance period after the construction period. And so what we've been experiencing in the past from the last field projects that we've been working on, it's about 4 to 6 months before we can return the field back to the school site. So the intent behind starting it over spring break is to give us a jump start and then hopefully giving the school back the field around September, early October. And also it's prime time as far as the summertime for that grass to take root and really grow. So we're trying to hit a specific window and this is it.
Are there any further questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
I'll move to authorize the superintendent to award bid number 5303, field improvements at Bruce Elementary School as presented.
And I'll go ahead and second.
It is moved by Ms. Cordero and seconded by Ms. Cabral that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to award bid number 5303, field improvements at Bruce Elementary School as presented. Roll call.
Mr. Hollinshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia.
Aye. Motion passes. Item C, award bid number 5304, field improvements at Oakley Elementary School. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you very much, President Valencia. Again, I'll ask my team, Ms. McKnight and Javier, to provide you with the information for this item.
The specifications for this project were also prepared by Oasis Associates. 8 prospective bidders attended a mandatory pre-bid conference, and 3 bids were received and opened on March 7th, with J. Bruce Keys Contractor Consultant submitting the lowest responsible bid in the amount of $213,860. J. Bruce Keys Contractor's bid meets all the requirements of the bid specifications, and staff recommends that bid 5304 be awarded to J. Bruce Keys Contractor Consultant. And if this project is awarded, the work for this one will also begin over spring break.
Is this for the same type of deal that's going on at Bruce or what's?
So we work with Dr. Martinez over at Oakley and he worked with his team. We started this conversation months ago. And they came to the conclusion that the best use of their field is just to have a grass field. So they had the option for us to pursue and explore options for installing a walking path, but they chose not to go down that path and just utilize the space for grass field.
With the tree planting the whole field?
Yes, correct. Yes. And what we're trying to accomplish is they also suffer from a lot of depressions in the field that are a result of gophers and just the wear and tear that occurs. And so what we plan to do is go in there, re-level that field completely. We will be replacing all the sprinkler heads, the valve boxes, and then placing down seed for new grass.
Are there any other questions from the board or comments? My question is, I noticed that one of the bids was from a local Santa Maria business, and that's definitely something that I want to, ideally see more of, right? Because it stimulates our local economy, hopefully provides local jobs. I did see a big discrepancy though between the 2 figures, so I do understand why we're going with the bid that's closer to 213K. Is there anything we can do to either help local businesses or encourage some of our local businesses to be more competitive? Is the answer as simple as like, hey, make your bid more competitive? And maybe they don't have the capacity for that. But are there any potential solutions to that?
I think just working and getting the word out to our contractor community. I do have a hope to in the future, have a roundtable, bring them in, kind of get them familiar with us, maybe partner with some of our other local agencies. I think a lot of it is educating them on the process, competing and doing these projects. Just the bid process in itself is very extensive. A lot of our smaller contractors, they don't have the means to, go through a 200-page bid document to check all the legalese and to make sure that they're able to bond. A lot of times bonding is an issue. So a lot of times for our smaller contractors, it's getting them involved to show up to the mandatory job walks. And then they can meet with the prime contractor. So they may be able to get a portion of that work through a subcontractor portion. So they're able to contract through the prime and letting them or helping them to make those connections.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I also notice as we move a little further out from Santa Maria and Ipomo, right? I mean, it's like, okay, they were close. They got really close, but didn't quite, make
They were
the.
very competitive, yeah.
So in theory, if the Nipomo business would have bid just below the 213K bid, would they have received the contract?
If they were the low bid, they would have received the contract. These are low bid procurements.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And there's no way that they each can see what one is going to be bidding or anything like that, correct?
We do not have anything in place right now as far as like a local preference. We do not have that in our policy to do that.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Seeing no further questions or comments from the board, may I have a motion?
I'll make the motion that the Board of Education approve the award, excuse me, of a contract for bid number 5304 field improvements at Oakley Elementary School to J. Bruce Keys Contractor Consultants as presented.
Second.
It is moved by Mr. Lara and seconded by Ms. Cordero that the Board of Education approve the award of a contract bid number 5304 field improvements at Oakley School Elementary as presented. Roll call.
Mr. Hollinshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia.
Aye. Motion passes. Item F, agreement with Teach Town, Inc. to provide Common Core essential elements curriculum for extensive support needs classroom, special education. Mr. Thompson.
Good evening, President Valencia, members of the board, Superintendent McDuffie, cabinet, and members of the community. Tonight, I bring before you the approval request for a contract with Teach Town, which is an adapted core curriculum for use with our students with extensive support needs. This is a 5-year contract for up to 200 student licenses, which includes a digital platform and physical goods manipulatives. Teach Town's curriculum, Encore, provides equitable and inclusive access to the general education curriculum that is K through 12 Common Core standards aligned and utilizes evidence-based strategies and instruction. The contract also includes personalized professional development for SMBSD and unlimited on-demand training. It is currently being implemented in over 100 California school districts. And the selection of this proposed curriculum was done in collaboration and support of all of our extensive support needs teachers. In addition, this curriculum is aligned with our teaching and learning scope and sequence and will allow for more opportunities for students' engagement in general education settings, which aligns with our district's belief that all students belong, have a voice, and can contribute. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Hollinshead.
Yeah, and I guess if you could, Eric, just maybe tell us a little bit more. We can see now the breakdown from that 332 to what it is annually, but what does 200 student licenses mean? We heard a lot about capacity to serve our students in inclusion and also in their other special ed environments. How does 200 student licenses kind of fit into what maybe some of those concerns have been tonight?
Sure. So we currently have 117 students who receive services in our special day class extensive support needs classrooms. So then that would allow for an additional approximately 80 licenses for any other students who might have similar needs. Adapted core curriculum is for those students who are on alternative curriculums, alternative pathways. And so it's approximately 1% of the student population.
So no implication on any of the, because I heard you say inclusion in kind of in going through some of this. So no impact on some of those general ed inclusion classes or any of some of the concerns we were hearing about tonight.
This would be for students who are not working on the traditional general education curriculum. It's still Common Core, but it's the essential elements. And so this is the alternative or adapted core curriculum that would be for our students with the most significant
highest needs.
Correct, extensive support needs. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted that clarification since we had 200 didn't sound like a lot, but then the way you're saying it now, it sounds like it's going to meet capacity requirements.
Yes, and allow for growth.
Ms. Cordero?
The last bullet on that slide says 9 hours of training, 3-hour sessions for, and it doesn't finish. And it says 15 hours of personalized professional development. So is this program going to be something that general education teachers will be using with their inclusion students? And if so, is that training, I'm assuming, would be required? Or how is that going to work?
So this is essentially for our special day class, our students in our special day class. So our extensive support need teachers, which we have 12. Now, the on-demand training, when the students are in the general education environment, we can work with our gen ed partners. They can have access to the on-demand training. They can work together, collaborate. But the specific training is for the extensive support needs teachers. And then they would collaborate with their general education partners. But the gen ed teachers would have access to the on-demand training.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? A clarifying question that I have is, how do we know that this curriculum, I believe it is effective for our students?
Yeah, so it is based on evidence-based practices and instruction. The results that are listed on here show that the students that take this do achieve mastery and show substantial increased improvement from the pre-test to the post-test. We know that it's based in applied behavior analysis. That's what it's rooted in, there is a lot of research around. So there is, although there isn't any specific research studies on this particular curriculum, it is rooted in evidence-based practices and applied behavior analysis.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments from the board, may I have a motion?
I'll go ahead and move that the Board of Education approve the agreement with Teachtown, Inc. to provide Common Core essential elements curriculum for extensive support needs classrooms, special education as presented.
And I'll second.
It is moved by Ms. Cabral and seconded by Ms. Cordero that the Board of Education approve the agreement with Teachtown, Inc. to provide Common Core essential elements curriculum for extensive support needs classroom special education as presented. Roll call.
Mr. Hollingshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia.
Aye, motion passes. Item E, public hearing on California School Employees Association, CSEA, and its Chapter 129 Sunshine Proposal for the successor to the collective bargaining agreement for classified bargaining unit members expiring June 30, 2026. At this time, the Board of Education will open the public hearing. Dr. McDuffie, do we have any public comments?
No, we do not.
With no comments reported, I will call the public hearing to a close at the time of 8:50. Item F, discuss and approve the California School Employees Association, CSEA, and its Chapter 129 Sunshine Proposal for the successor to the collective bargaining agreement for classified bargaining unit members expiring June 30, 2026. Dr. Bland.
Thank you, President Valencia, board members, and Dr. McDuffie. California School Employees Association, CSEA, and its Chapter 129 have submitted their sunshine proposal for the successor to the collective bargaining agreement for classified bargaining unit members expiring on June 30th, 2026. Therefore, CSEA is requesting the Board of Education to consider opening the following articles. Article 6, pay and allowances. Article 7, health and welfare benefits. Article 11, transfers. Article 15, promotion. And items currently covered by memorabilia of understanding.
Board colleagues, are there any questions or comments? Ms. Cordero?
So how many memoranda of understanding might there be currently?
I'd have to look and get that number for you, but it might be any that we have that are out there outstanding or out that we might roll into.
Okay, it just occurs to me that, you know, if they are numerous, that could be very time consuming.
Are there any further questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
I'll go ahead and move that the Board of Education approve the California Schools Employees Association and its Chapter 129 Sunshine Proposal for the successor to the collective bargaining agreement for classified bargaining unit members expiring on June 30th, 2026 as presented.
Second.
It is moved by Ms. Cabral and seconded by Mr. Lara that the Board of Education approve the California School Employees Association, CSEA, and its Chapter 129 Sunshine Proposal for the successor to the collective bargaining agreement for the classified bargaining unit members expiring on June 30, 2026, as presented. Roll call.
Mr. Hollingshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia.
Aye, motion passes. Item G, Transportation Plan for 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025. Mr. Cavazos.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Dr. McDuffie, Cabinet, Santa Maria families. This evening, I will be giving an overview of the district's transportation service plan. Okay. So California Ed Code requires that the district develop a plan that prioritizes transportation services for its students so that the district can submit for 60% reimbursement of transportation expenses. The district developed the transportation plan last year, 2023, in collaboration with district stakeholders. The district has remained committed to the established priorities developed in that plan. The district partners with First Student Transportation for transportation services for our students. First Student is dedicated in providing safe, reliable, and excellent customer service for our students and our families. The district and First Student have identified a robust recruitment and training program as essential in achieving the goals and priorities for transportation services. Since the beginning of 2023, 11 new bus drivers have completed the training program and received driver certification. So going over the priorities. The district has identified two priority levels for student transportation services. Priority one that holds the highest regard is transportation services for special education students, McKinney-Vento students, and involuntary transfer students. Priority two includes transportation services for 13 district schools, grades ranging from TK through 8th grade. Within this priority, we've developed a tier system that accounts for dependability or dependency and safety of student transportation. And within this, we have 4 tiers. Tier 1 is for Bonita Elementary, Arianas, and Liberty. Tier 2, Taylor Elementary, Tommy Kuntz Junior High. Tier 3, Libin Elementary, Fessler Junior High, and Miller Elementary. And Tier 4, Rice, Tunnel, Battles, Jimenez Elementary, and El Camino Junior High. So summary of transportation services for the 23-24 school year. We started this year offering 20 special education routes. We also had 3 white vans for McKinney-Vento students. We began with 16 general education routes. We were able to bring transportation back to Fessler, Libin, Rice, and Tunnel. We currently offer 23 special education routes. We still have 3 white vans for McKinney-Vento transportation. We've maintained our 16 general education routes, and we also have an opportunity for field trips for schools within the school day under a specific window, being between 9 and 1 o'clock. As we prepare for next year, for the 24-25 school year, we plan to start with 25 special education routes. We plan to have 4 white vans for McKinney-Vento transportation. We also plan to have 18 general education routes, growing from 16 to 18. This will allow us to bring or reestablish transportation services for Miller and El Camino. We also want to provide field trip services for our students. So we want to establish 2 full-time buses specifically for that. And then we also need to have 3 standby substitute drivers. So this year, what we've done in our transportation plan is include the exploration into district-owned white vans for student field trips or school activities. Currently, considerations that are under review start with the number of vans needed to transport a small group of students, opportunities for both elementary and junior high students, locations to park the vans during the school year and non-school breaks, licenses required to transport students using these vans, insurance requirements, and expenditures for purchasing and owning the vans. So this concludes the overview of the transportation plan. I welcome any questions about the services offered.
Ms. Cordero?
The white vans will hold how many students?
So for us to be able to operate under a Class C license, they have to be 10 passenger or less. We normally don't place a student in the passenger seat, so it goes down to 9 students maximum occupancy in a white van.
And Mrs. Cordero, I know at the high school, when we do that, when we transport students, generally speaking, to ensure that the numbers are good, they oftentimes will pull a seat to ensure that when it's full, it only gets to that capacity. And that way, as Mr. Cavazos said, I don't need a special license in order to transport the students. Can I have
yeah, Mr. Hansen.
So on the currently, right now, if I recall correctly, one of the previous meetings, we were given information where it indicated that each school has a certain funding or a certain amount of funding for field trips. How do they access or seek transportation for those field trips now? And then will that change with these two dedicated or hopefully buses that are dedicated?
So currently, right now, the district has provided each school with a procedure list on how to go about securing field trip transportation. What it does first, it gives first right of refusal to first student. And so they receive the request. Again, first student can only transport in a small window. It's 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock because those are the times where they're not doing morning transportation or afternoon transportation. If first student's not able to accommodate the request of the school, then the school also is given a list of charter companies who have provided insurance information to the district, have been vetted by the district, and then they go through the process of calling them to seeing if they have availability to provide service for their field trip. The two additional buses will fit in line there. So what the plan is to make available two buses. For the most part, every day of the week. We do have specific days where it would be challenging because we have minimum days or early outs. So we'd want to avoid or field trips on those days. But for the rest of the days, there would be a calendar. And then from that calendar, schools could start to see what's available for them and start to reserve those buses for their field trips.
And then just as a follow-up, is there outside of that 9 to 1 window, is there then a special separate application process or process that they need to go, maybe that's more extensive to try and get I know Mr. Valencia has talked about going up to campuses at Cal Poly or some other university where they might go, or for me, it might be the Monterey Bay Aquarium, say.
Yes. So again, that same policy identifies those charter companies that would be able to provide those services. And so they're able, those are SPAB certified transportation charter companies that we know can provide transportation services for our students.
Okay, so that was my question, is it's outside of first student?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Are there any further questions or comments from the board? I would just like to commend your staff for thinking about that, right? Because our students even here today, right, talked about how they want those extracurricular opportunities, those field trips that, will hopefully inspire them, right, to pursue higher education or to just have fun, right? So I really appreciate being intentional about that, and please continue to find creative ways so that we eliminate that as a barrier to students participating in field trip opportunities.
Will do.
Seeing no further questions or comments from the board, may I have a motion?
I'll move that the Board of Education, in accordance with Education Code 39800.1, approve the plan for transportation services for 2023-24 and 2024-25 as presented.
I'll second.
It is moved by Ms. Cordero and seconded by Mr. Lara that the Board of Education, in accordance with Education Code 39800.1, approve the plan for transportation services for 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 as presented. Roll call.
Mr. Hollingshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia.
Aye. Motion passes. Item H, Resolution 23-18, approving the absence of board members from meetings of the Board of Education. Dr. McDuffie.
Thank you, President Valencia. The attached resolution must be adopted in order to compensate board members for absences from board meetings to perform services outside the meeting for the district. If the board member was ill or on jury duty, or the absence was due to hardship deemed acceptable by the board.
Are there any further questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
I'll move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 23-18, approving the absences of board members from meetings of the Board of Education as presented.
I'll second.
It is moved by Ms. Cordero and seconded by Ms. Cabral that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 23-18, approving the absence of board members from meetings of the Board of Education as presented. Roll call.
Mr. Hollingshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia.
Okay, motion passes. Item I, cancellation of the April 10, 2024 regular school board meeting due to schedule conflict. Dr. McDuffie.
Thank you. It is being recommended that the board meeting scheduled for April 10th, 2024 be canceled due to unforeseen schedule conflicts. Next regular scheduled board meeting will be held as regular, April 24th, 2024.
Are there any further questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
I'll go ahead and move that the Board of Education approve the cancellation of the April 10th, 2024 regular board meeting as presented.
And I'll second.
It is moved by Ms. Cabral and seconded by Mr. Lara that the Board of Education approve the cancellation of the April 10, 2024 regular board meeting as presented. Roll call.
Mr. Hollingshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero,
Aye.
Mr. Valencia.
Aye, motion passes. Item 12, discussion items. Item A, California dashboard and data quest releases. Mrs. Grock.
Good evening and thank you. Mrs. Ibarra is handing out a printout of the presentation so that you can take your notes along with me if you like. And I'm going to ask Louis to get me set up to present. And Brian, you can pass it. All right, it is my pleasure, along with Mrs. Loftus and Dr. Zimmerman, to present to you tonight on the California dashboard and the data quest reports, which were released in December and February, December of 2023 and February of 2024. You may recall the dashboard display of performances includes two calculations that evaluate the performance of each of the state indicators. So one is status, the percentage of students who have met the goal for proficiency, and the other is change, how much your district score has increased or decreased since the last dashboard. The two of those scores together go into the matrix to decide your color, ranging from red being the lowest performance indicator to blue being the highest. This is another transitional year in the dashboard display. You might recall that 2 years ago, we had no colors. Everything was purple. And that was due to the suspension of the dashboard during COVID. But last year, the colors returned in the Trivial Pursuit pie charts that you see here, and we began to see again a score that considered both status and change for the district. So now we are full implementation of the California School Dashboard as it was intended, with the gas gauge indicators from blue to red, blue being the highest and red being the lowest. The California School Dashboard is important for many reasons. For most of the state indicators, it's important to remember that the desired outcome is to have a high percentage in the current year and an increase in percentage from the prior year. However, for some items such as suspension rate indicators, the desired outcome is reversed, and the goal is to achieve a lower suspension rate and a decrease in percentage from the prior year. So while the percentages and numbers may be targeted to go up or down, the colors will always remain consistent, with blue being the highest performance indicator and red being the lowest performance indicator. So the first report that we're going to discuss today has to do with absence reasons, absence codes, and chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism is reported as the number of students who have missed 10% or more of their enrolled school days. So for typical student, 180 school days. Any student missing 18 days or more is considered chronically absent. This is not unexcused absences or truancies. This is all absences, even those excused by a doctor's note or for an appointment. We scored in the, in the yellow range with an 18.9% chronically absent rate, which is a decline of 18.8%. Of our 17,154 students, 3,242 were chronically absent in 22-23. The California rate is 24.3%, while SMBSD's rate was a much better 18.9%. And in case you're curious, SMBSD would have moved to the green performance level if 1,527 fewer students had been chronically absent. The dashboard also releases for those significantly, statistically significant sized subgroups, the individual color for those subgroups. So on the right-hand side, you can see one of our groups scored in the red range or the lowest range, 4 groups in orange, the rest of our groups in yellow, and one group that did not have a performance color because they were too small to be reported. You can see here, this is still the same gauge, the same groups, but this is a breakdown of our chronic absenteeism rate. So the chronic absenteeism rate declined by about 25% for the state and the county, while SMBSD saw this rate decline by over 50%. So we doubled the performance of the state and county rates. Again, these rates reflect a return to our standard illness absence procedure after COVID impacts. SMBSD saw a significant decline in multi-day absences between November of 2022 and February 2023 compared to the previous year when Omicron variant COVID-19 infections were spiking in the community.
Ms. Grok, before you continue to the next slide, can you please tell us a little bit about, what we hear from our students or families on why we have this chronic absenteeism? I mean, it's good to see that we're doing better than our state averages and our county averages. So that's wonderful news, but it's still not wonderful news, right? That our students are not coming to school for whatever reason. What do we know?
So if you'll permit me to finish the absenteeism reporting, then I'm going to invite Dr. Zimmerman to speak to our response and answer your questions. Would that be okay?
Yeah, and part of the reason why is instead of getting, a long extended, presentation potentially, that want to give board members a chance to actually ask questions on the spot. Otherwise, we might forget or, it'll be more challenging to come across.
Correct. And we took that feedback from you. So we have actually broken the presentation into topics. We're just going to talk about absenteeism and then entertain your questions.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So absenteeism by reason. This report does not directly affect the color gauge for our district, but I did think that it was informative for SMBSD. You can see here that we have a higher than state average of excused absences and a lower rate of unexcused absences and incomplete independent study days. This speaks to the connection that families have with their local schools and with our office staff, particularly our community liaisons, and shows that families are maintaining connections with their schools by calling in reasons for absences. Connected to absenteeism is the stability rate report. So this report displays the count and percentage of students with stable and non-stable enrollments. The state defines a student as having stable enrollment if the enrollment is a minimum of 245 consecutive calendar days at the same school without a disqualifying exit. So that's more than a full school year. We sometimes talk about the migrancy rate when our students move from school to school or district to district. This is the stability rate report based on 245 days of consistent enrollment, and it is broken down by the significant subgroups. You can see we range greatly across the groups from a low of 8.2% in our Hispanic or Latino subgroup to a high of 23.3 in our African American subgroup. It is important to notice the size of those two groups, but those trends are interesting and could lead to discussion. And then that same stability rate for the entire Santa Maria Bonita School District, when you average all of those student groups together, our rate comes out to 8.5%. This report displays the count and percentage of students with stable and non-stable enrollment for the district as compared to the county and the state. And you can see that we are slightly higher than Santa Barbara County and slightly lower than the statewide rate. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Zimmerman to the lectern to discuss the absence data I've just presented. Dr. Zimmerman.
Good evening, everyone. So talking about the chronic absenteeism and the reason why the numbers are where they are and what we are doing to address it. Again, we saw the numbers go from in the 30s down to about half. And that's because coming out of COVID, we had those mandatory exclusions where kids were having to stay out of school for an extended amount of time until they were considered better. Because we no longer have that. We don't have those mandatory exclusions. So we're getting back to the old way of doing business. We have 4 truancy mentors that we have through Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley that work with each cluster of schools. Once students have 6 unexcused absences and reached the administrative meeting phase of the truancy process, truancy mentors are assigned to those students to follow up with families to talk about positive behavior, positive attendance habits, and how to have someone as a liaison to get them to school, work with the families, and decrease barriers. Something that we did not have coming out of COVID was the 10% letter, which is for families that call in absences on a regular basis. They continue to call in, and kids have missed up to 10% of the school year. We can send those letters to families saying that because you've called in for 10% of the school year, that to excuse further absences, you either need to provide a doctor's note or you need to go to the health office to have that absence excused, and they will excuse it, send you home, and it will not affect your attendance. We use those sparingly for families that have shown a consistent pattern of these call-ins and illness related absences. So those are used by school sites, but they were not used coming out of COVID because we were taking a step back. Now we can continue to use those. We have the modes to contact our parents to make sure that kids are coming to schools. We do have, as soon as attendance is taken in the morning, there are 2 community liaisons at each school site. And once the attendance is taken, a parent square message goes out to all families. And then the community liaisons begin calling the homes immediately until they hear. So they'll be clearing absences as families will call back, responding to the parent square messages. They will register those as illness absences. And then they will call the ones that they do not hear from the family. So that way they can get feedback. Sometimes as a junior high administrator, parents wouldn't know that their kids weren't at home. I mean, that they weren't at school. So they go home, get them and tell them to come into school. And so we would be able to eliminate those kinds of absences quickly by making those phone calls in a rapid manner. We also have, in addition to the truancy mentors, we have 10 family outreach advocates with Family Service Agency. So that's Margot's team. We have 4 bilingual, 6 Mixteco speaking families. So if there are families that are having barriers, sometimes I know Mr. Valencia, you're asking about what are some of the barriers. Sometimes families have trouble getting immunizations and they're not compliant. And sometimes CHC is backed up. So we've got the FOAs will go and help them break down those barriers, get them in quickly to locations where they can get those vaccines in a expedited manner and get them into school. And it's important. And when also Jennifer Ellsworth, one of our secretaries in our department, has received certification so she can transcribe those immunizations from different countries, so that way kids can get in and we don't have to wait for other folks. We have people within our department that can do that. I think I covered it. And then, oh, another thing that we're doing, so next year at this time when we report out on chronic absenteeism, another adjustment that we've made in order to reduce those numbers is we now have a centralized process for running attendance letters. So this year, in the past, 21 school sites would run their attendance letters. For students who have unexcused absences, 10% of the school year, those things. This year, we're doing it once a week with in collaboration with Brian Ricky's department. So we're sending out a list to every administrator once a week to say, here's all the kids that have missed this many absences. These are the letters that you can send. So if you choose to do so, and then those are going out. So we found that we're catching a lot more families. We're sending a lot more letters to notify parents that they've reached those steps within the truancy process, or that they need to provide a doctor's note or come into the health office. So we should have lower chronic absenteeism by next year taking those steps. Any questions?
So just to clarify, when a family doesn't excuse their absence, they'll first receive like an automated kind of notice by Parent Square, I think you said. And then if there's no follow-up on that, then somebody will physically from our district call them to follow up on that to make sure that that's excused.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I really appreciate that, that level of sort of being proactive, if you will. Now, when that happens, does that still affect our ADA? Or if it's if it's an excused absence, does that have the same effect of it's unexcused absence?
We don't get ADA for students that aren't in school. So no, yeah, it's either one there, but it keeps them out of the truancy process, which does help us. Yes.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board at this point? Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zimmerman. We're going to move now to our suspension and expulsion data from the dashboard. You can see here that Santa Maria Bonita scored in the orange with 4% suspended at least one day in the school year. And then you can see on the right-hand side the significant subgroups and how they fell from red all the way to blue. 4% of SMBSD students were suspended at least one day last year, which was an increase of 0.2% from the previous year. 694 students of our 17,333 were suspended at least one time in the school year. Our rate of 4% and color orange are similar to the state rate of 3.5%, and their color is also orange. SMBSD would have to suspend 88 fewer students to have moved to the yellow performance level. SMB has the highest suspension rate in the subgroup by ethnicity of African Americans at 7%, and the lowest rate in ethnicity of American Indians at 0% within our significant sized subgroups. But for context, please note that this is not a significant disproportionality, as African Americans represent 0.2% of SMBSD's cumulative enrollment and 0.4% of those students suspended. Across all of the subgroups reported, there were no significant disproportionalities in our suspension rates. Here is how we compare to county and state, as well as this trend over time. The CDE does recommend caution when comparing this discipline data across academic years. But having said that, state, county, and district suspension rates are now above those seen before the pandemic. However, the year-over-year increase for the county and state was above 0.4%, while the district increase was limited to 0.2%. As for expulsion data, expulsion rates have remained consistently low for us across multiple years, indicating that they are used sparingly and in consistency with county and state trends. The expulsion count by most serious offense category report was also released in this data release on DataQuest. And now Dr. Zimmerman will return to speak to the suspension expulsion data just presented.
So I'll discuss some of the things that we have been doing and then things that we're going to do in addition to what we have been doing to look at next year and beyond to even make our numbers even better. So at the beginning of the year, when we had all of the administrators here, we before the school year began, we did a presentation on establishing a positive culture and climate on your school site. So we talked about some best practices that could be implemented at the school site. We also have a TOSA for culture and climate that works with culture climate teams. She helps with analyzing data to look at patterns of strength as well as areas of need that can be improved. She also she has on-demand professional development for school sites that are looking for assistance in regards to calming corners, classroom meetings, and social emotional development. And with those classroom meetings, that's restorative circles as well. We have school counselors. So last year we started that process with hiring school counselors we've always had school counselors at the junior high school sites. Now every elementary school is going to be they're having school counselors at their sites as well. So these are the quarterbacks at the school sites who are going to be helping make sure that we access a lot of the tier 2, tier 3, all of the outside services that we have. So students that are homeless can be connected with the homeless liaison, foster youth liaison. If they need parenting classes, if they need outreach mentors, which we have, school-based therapists, which are marriage and family therapists, so they can connect them with those resources. They're also going to be doing hatching lessons within the classroom to talk about college and career ready. And we also, responding to the junior high school sites, we have security guards at all 4 of our junior high school sites. We contract with CADA for classes to be proactive with students who are ages 10 and up, if they need to learn about drug and education, if we start to see trends, if they need peer relationship, conflict resolution, those kinds of classes, we have those available free of charge because we found a need to have those resources available for those students. And next year, we will be implementing, as we look at a whole child approach and educating the whole child in our district, we are going to be implementing second step across all grade levels. That goes TK through 8. So we are looking at instructional minutes, ensuring that lessons will be taught in every classroom at every school site. So all social emotional needs will be met for our students. Are there any questions?
Mr. Hollingshead?
Hi, Dr. Z.
Hi.
So a couple of things on the counselors, we're striving to get 1 per site, including junior highs.
Junior highs have 2 and 3.
And they're all currently fully staffed?
No.
Okay.
No.
So we're still trying to fully staff things?
So I've been involved in the interviews. Yeah, we have been doing some of our candidates they have to clear their credentials first in order to start work, but we should be fully staffed. Our goal is to be fully staffed at the beginning of next year, but we are plugging people in as we go.
Cool. And then I was curious. I went to a Panorama online webinar, and one of the things that they were talking about was feeding using some of the data from the Panorama surveys and then feeding that into responsive services, MTSS, and those kinds of things. So would that be the second step emotional curriculum? Does that have a tie into the counselors and then Panorama and those kinds of things?
That's building the social emotional development of students. So as we use that within the classrooms next year at each grade level, we should see those aspects that are measured in Panorama start to grow. But there are areas where when the culture climate teams do analyze that data, they can look at, okay, you know what, we need to focus here with these lessons, or we need to, and also with our, we have a screener that we're using for all school sites next year to make sure that the right kids get tied in with the right resources as well. So those will all connect together. Yes.
Awesome. Because I think one of the things when we've MTSS has kind of been mentioned in the past is we talk about it, but there's not necessarily consistent fidelity from site to site or like a consistent means of assessing whether that's being done. So it sounds like we're getting a better way of kind of putting all that together and making sure that those things get done on the on a level that's going to be beneficial to our kids.
Yes, and the MTSS process is a multi-year program that we're working, but we're finding consistency, building consistency between all 21 school sites. Yes.
Awesome. And then the last question I had is one of the speakers tonight mentioned it, and then we've talked about it before too. And you mentioned it as restorative practices. Is that how does that shape up, or how does that fit in with this kind of thing? Is that a site to site, like they decide what it's going to be, or do we have kind of a curriculum available for that too? Maybe is it this one that you're talking about?
Well, that's the work that NOHA's been doing. So in working with the culture climate teams, she's able to provide that development. So as when school sites see those trends with their culture climate teams, what they find that they need, she can come in and do those restorative practices with the staff. Bonita's been one school that's really benefited from that work, that's brought her in, and she's had some really great results with Shandy and her team out of Bonita. But yes, they can whatever they determine they need for restorative practices, they can bring in with NOHA.
And so then it sounds like part of that is NOHA and her team, but also that it's the sites requesting it. Like it's a site demand kind of
Yes.
thing too.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Cordero?
You mentioned that the second step social emotional curriculum would be taught at every grade level, TK through 8. And who is the classroom teacher doing that?
Yes, so the counselors are going to be trained. It's March 24th-ish. So what's happening is all of our school counselors are going to be trained. They're going to become trainer of trainers. And then what they're going to do is they're going to go out and they're going to train the staff. So we're working on how that will roll out to the staff members. So teachers will be teaching this curricula to their students in the classroom. And again, we're working on instructional minutes, pacing guides, things like that. Nohan is working on that currently. There are some lessons that are let's say they could be uncomfortable for teachers to teach. So the counselors are going to step into that work and they're going to be leading that. So that I think there are two different lessons or two different units that might be a little bit difficult for teachers to lead. So the counselors will be overseeing that work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Related to that, or I'm not sure if it's related to what you were just talking about. You had mentioned toward the end of your presentation, a training and classes regarding social emotional. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that, on what that looks like?
I'm sorry, the training on the social emotional?
Yeah, I think at the end of your presentation, you mentioned.
Oh, at the beginning of the year for administrators?
I think it was related to what's trainings in the classrooms for either teachers or for students, that everybody was going to get social emotional.
That's the second step.
There you go.
Yes.
What is that second?
So that's a social emotional curriculum that the counselors are going to be trained on. So there's the digital program that's going to be used for K through 8. So counselors will be trained on that March 24th. And then the TK is they have to have physical sets. So there will be another training for the elementary counselors to come in and be trained on that to then roll out the training to the teaching staff. And then we're also working on, like I said, pacing guide for all grade levels to ensure that it is being done at every grade level in every school.
And then can you elaborate a little bit on what do restorative practices look like when a school site either requests it or when they receive those services?
Yes, so they'll make a request out to NOHA and they will make a request like we talked about. Some of the ones that she's doing are calming corners. So what she'll do is she'll work collaboratively with the principal to set up a time to provide this training to her staff, and then they will hold the training with the staff, and then they'll do follow-up to see how it flowed, and then what follow-up steps that need to be done. Classroom visits, making sure those things are going, making sure the teachers have the right supports. And if there's more support needed, you can come back out and troubleshoot any areas that may be needed.
From the students and staff we heard from today, it sounds like there's a lot of our young people, right, that are either getting involved with violence, with fighting, or bringing maybe like some sort of weapon to campus, right? So these are things that when I think of would immediately benefit, right, from restorative practices. Are we tailoring the services to meet the needs of those students, like proactively, or how do we approach students that are in those situations?
The ones that are fighting weapons, things like
Yeah.
that proactively.
Yeah,
So.
proactively and after the fact.
So something we have at all of our junior high sites is we have the conflict mediators that are contracted through Finding Back Santa Maria Valley. So if we know that there's going to be an issue, if students are talking about, a couple students may fight, then what we would do is we would set them up with a conflict mediator. We would have those conversations and we would, diffuse the situation before it happened. So we have those kinds of things. We have parent meetings with those students as well to make sure that they are, they're aware of what's going on, their strategies in regards to fighting off campus or on campus. We find places for students to go to be safe at different times, have students picked up by their parents. If there's a fear of having a weapon, we have adults escort those students that if we hear that there is a weapon, we go to the classroom, administrator will go to the classroom, pick up the student, bring them back to the office, and then search their items to ensure that they don't have anything dangerous on them.
Mr. Hollingshead?
I just want to compliment you, Brian and Noah and everybody that's, because I did have a chance to go and sit in out at Bonita at one of the sessions where the group gets together, the outreach person, the counselor, and have a chance to discuss what they think would be the best practices and restorative practices for kids who either have a conflict with one another or where there's a time where they want to get together with the parents. So I think we definitely have sites that are doing it well. I'm sure Bonita's probably maybe a little bit smaller and less impacted than some of our campuses, so that maybe that has some assistance, but it's also that they're doing their due diligence and really have formed a cohesive team. And because my sister-in-law is part of that, I've been fortunate enough to see it in practice, and the restorative aspect of it has worked really well. But she has a number of those other things that you're talking about, the places for the kids to go, heavy blankets, all that stuff, also the calming things. But the restorative practice has been really cool. So I'd encourage you if you get a chance.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingshead. Any questions or comments from the board regarding anything at this point? As a follow-up, on page 11 of your document, the data between 2023 is 4% for suspensions, and then 2019-2020 is at 2.1. So we see a jump of approximately 2% in that area. Do we know why that increase took place?
Oh, from the 2.1 to the 3.8?
From the 4.0 in 2022-23 to the year 1920 of 2.1. Do we know kind of what kind of might be the result?
That
or
was
the rationale for that?
isolation with, and I know COVID's played out and everybody's tired of hearing like it was COVID, and I remember walking onto a campus after, it was August, of course, and you come back and I walked on the campus and I was like, these are not junior high kids. This is not but they've been isolated for so long. So there's been some reset work that's had to happen to get kids back into the routine of this is how we do school. This is how we exit a classroom. This is how we enter a classroom. Those simple things that we took for granted back in the day, but when they were out of school for so long, there was some readjusting that needed to come back and happen. So.
Can I also speak to that? Sure. I also just want to point out that most of our suspensions happen at the end of the school year, and we closed down in March of 2020. So that rate, while it indicates it's for 1920, is actually only for like 2/3 of the year. And that last third would have popped those numbers up because that's when we see the most suspensions. So it's misleading to say that they had 2.1% in 1920 because that's not a full year.
Yeah. And why do we tend to see that at the end of the school year?
You want to speak to that?
Springtime is a difficult time. It's usually where the behaviors escalate, and you see it even as early as 5th grade. The kids, hormones kick in, and kids are yeah, they start to get ready for the end of the year. So it's spring fever, unfortunately, and it hits even the elementary school sites, but that's where we see everybody. It's also at November before we see a little bit of spike in behavior before kids go on winter break because it's
Mhm.
that long stretch.
Mhm.
Same thing before we hit June. It's about, right around spring break and then towards the end of the year, yeah, see those spikes.
I just want to say, as we wrap up, or I'm assuming we're coming to a close, but if not, that's fine. Is for me, what's really important about this conversation is finding ways to treat our young people with dignity, with humanity, right? Including those that are particularly challenged, right? We often know that, many of these students are crying for help when they do those types of things. And I know from either experiencing it personally or seeing it in school or my family, those students, and particularly when we treat them in a dignified manner, those that make major mistakes, it can make or break on whether they continue their education or whether it leads to the school to prison pipeline, right? Where our young people are more vulnerable to being in prison, and in jails and things like that. So it's this work that we're talking about here is so essential. And I know it can be tempting to say, hey, well, let's get rid of those kids, right? Zero tolerance type of approaches. But, from my understanding, based on the research, those approaches just tend to lead to more of our young people being in jail. And the recidivism rate is not good in terms of when our young people get caught up in the system. So anything we can do to help those young people, right, who are crying for help, but aren't necessarily saying, hey, I need help. They're showing it in other ways. So I think that this conversation is essential for those reasons.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Zimmerman. Now we turn to the dashboard and data quest reports around our multilingual learners. In line with state data, the district level data shows a slight increase, 2.2%, in EL students making progress towards language acquisition compared to 21-22 levels. The state rate was a decrease of 1.6%, and ours was 2.2. It is important to note that comparisons to state rates include all grades, TK to 12, while SMBSD only has TK to 8th grade students. SMBSD's rate of 50% is higher than the state rate of 48.7%, but we have a lower or a worse color being orange than the state's yellow. So just remember that the dashboard also factors in change from previous year, which is why we have a higher number but a lower color than the state. Compared to the 21-22 school year, the state, county, and district showed a significant increase in the percentage of ELs not at risk or long-term English language learners, and a corresponding decrease in ELs at risk or LTEL. This indicates that the overall decrease in the percentage of ELs making progress towards English language proficiency is the result of the increase in the percentage of new ELs having been in schools 0 to 3 years across all geographies, rather than what might be perceived as a reduction in the progress of older students. This shows our long-term English learners and ever EL percentages. So the middle lavender boxes is the distribution of all of our ELs who have ever been ELs. And then those totals are added together to become our English learner total combined with our RFEP total for our total ever ELs. So it's like a subcategory of the right-hand white side. It is important to note that comparisons to state rates, again, include all grades, while SMBSD only has TK to 8th grade students. So for example, ever EL students in high schools are more likely to be classified as redesignated fluent English proficient or RFEP compared to their elementary and middle school counterparts due to the fact that many reclassify prior to entering high school and many more will reclassify while enrolled in high school. This disproportionately skews high school ever EL classifications toward the RFEP column. Conversely, ever EL elementary students by definition definition cannot be classified as LTEL, which disproportionately skews middle and high school ever EL classifications towards the LTEL column when compared to elementary schools. So what I'm saying with all of that is just remember that we're K-8 and Santa Barbara County has lots of high schools as well. So it's not really apples to apples. And now I'd like to invite Jennifer Loftus to the lectern to discuss our response to the ELL data reports presented.
Thank you, Lori, and good evening. Over the last year and a half, the Ed Services Department has been working closely with our ELD coaches, our ELD teachers, and really listening closely and taking input from our parents who serve on DLAC to think very critically about the programs and services that we are offering our emerging multilingual learners. One of the first buckets of work that we really started digging into about a year and a half ago was looking really critically at our curricular offerings for our students and thinking about what adjustments might be needed specifically for our students who are at risk of being a long-term English learner or an LTEL, or for our students who are newcomers coming to us in third grade or higher with either limited or very interrupted schooling. Some of the adjustments made from that research and all of those good conversations include adjustments to literacy resources that are offered for those students, again, starting in third grade and going all the way through junior high. One of the specialized programs used is Rigor, and you see a couple of other programs and resources right next to that. They all work together to really focus on building those foundational literacy skills for our students. I highlight this because when we look closely at our long-term English learners and why they are not being reclassified, we find it's not necessarily listening and speaking, it's the reading and writing that is getting in the way. When we dig even deeper, we find that many of those students do not have at least a third grade proficiency level in literacy. Hence the reason to really focus our efforts in that direction. Another pilot program or approach that we have started using at a couple of our elementary sites, specifically for our newcomer students in grades 3 through 6, is again to look at their previous schooling and their current literacy levels, looking to see if the foundational skills are solidly intact. And if they are not, at the few school sites where we've had the space, we've been able to provide a newcomer program. Students during their literacy block, if supported by the newcomer program, are receiving that intensive literacy foundational skill instruction. The goal of the newcomer program is to ensure that our students who are in those grades leave our elementary schools with at least a third grade proficiency in reading, because research tells us that if they have a proficiency of at least third grade, you can then scaffold for them, meaning you can offer different supports. And as long as they continue reading, they continue to grow as a reader. But to get to that point, you have to have foundational skills, hence that third grade proficiency level that we are targeting. Certainly higher than third grade, but we want to get to at least that point with the programs that I'm speaking to. Extending that same support design into our junior highs has been really important because, as I mentioned, when looking at our students who are at risk of becoming long-term English learners, they're entering our junior highs without those foundational third grade proficiency reading skills. Because of that, revamping that curriculum has been really important. We previously offered our core tier 1 curriculum that had supports, integrated ELD supports, and even designated ELD supports, but they were not necessarily intensive enough to close that literacy gap that I'm referring to. And so with the help of our coaches and ELD teachers at the junior high, we've revamped, revised, done quite a bit of work to build a really nice scope and sequence to meet the needs of our junior high students who really need to still obtain that literacy level. We've also focused a lot on heightening awareness, specifically making sure that our students know their personal data, making sure that they know what it means to be reclassified and why that's important to them.
When students know that information, they're much more motivated to work toward goal setting and meeting their goals. It's really empowering for them. And so, well, for all students, but we really want to make sure that that's happening with our students who are setting those really strong goals to become grade level proficient with literacy and to work toward reclassification. We also want to heighten the importance of reclassification. And so a lot of encouragement and support to schools to have celebrations, ceremonies that invite their parents and their students when they are reclassified, really highlighting and celebrating how amazing it is to have multiple languages and meeting that threshold. Along with that is just a mindset shift that we're always working toward, in that speaking another language is not a deficit, it's a superpower. And when we think like that and we build programs with that mindset, we take something called a translanguaging stance, which is really allowing a student to use their full repertoire of language in the classroom. It is not limiting them to one language or another when they're speaking or when they are writing. It's allowing them, again, to embrace all and to maintain what they have in both one language while they're learning another. It's a stance, it's a mindset, and one that's really important to our students who are acquiring that second language. When we look at our curriculum adoptions in the district, it is incredibly important that we put the needs of our multilingual learners at the forefront. Recently, we adopted new math curricula, and I'm happy to say that that was one of the key areas of priorities in selecting the curriculum that we did. We wanted to make sure that the resource we put in front of our students, in front of our teachers, was fully robust with language supports. And happy to say that the programs that we have do, in fact, have those supports, and we're reaping the benefits of that already. We're hearing anecdotally from our teachers things about how their students are talking more than they've ever experienced them talking in junior high in math. So it's pretty exciting. A project that we've been working on since late last spring was to enhance our classroom libraries. So when you think about the library that is in an elementary classroom, the little library where students go and select books that they want to read on their own, we'll find that teachers who have been teaching for years might have a really robust library, whereas newer teachers might have very few. They just haven't acquired a lot of books yet. And we also sometimes, when we dig into those libraries, find that not all of our libraries in our classrooms were really fully culturally diverse or relevant. And so we want to close that gap and make sure that by design, these types of resources are in all of our classrooms. And so currently working its way through approval processes and distribution processes is exactly that. We've made a significant investment in elementary classroom libraries that have incredibly rich, robust lists of literature in the room. So I'm excited to celebrate that. We've also extended that work looking at some of our core curriculum, specifically our history, social science curriculum. Again, looking at that with the thinking of, certainly there are many, many opportunities at each grade level throughout the year to highlight marginalized populations. And sometimes that means we need to identify and find additional text or read aloud books for our teachers to use, so that in the moment when it's most appropriate to the instruction, we're highlighting lots of different peoples. And so that's been a big body of work. I would wrap it up with the last 3 items, in that our multilingual team has started doing instructional walks out at our school sites, really wanting to get a good understanding on the experience of our students, and what types of ELD supports live in the classrooms now, what types of resources are or are not in our classroom. Our goal is to use that information to make sure that we're gearing our professional development toward that, to make sure that when we're making purchases for classrooms, trying to fill gaps, that we know where those gaps are. Again, by design instead of by chance. You're familiar with our teacher pipeline program, specifically the residency component. And I list that on this slide because, as you know, the primary goal is to really diversify our workforce. And what we know is that students need to see themselves in their classrooms, and teachers who have had similar experiences, who also speak more than one language. And that's the composition, or that's the our cohort of teachers that are pushing into classrooms next year for the first year. From our first cohort are individuals who were students at one point in our school system. They live in our community and they know firsthand how to best, most meaningfully meet the needs of our students who are acquiring a second language, just like they did at one point in time. And then when we last met, we talked about DLI expansion, and I mention it here because we now know better that newcomer students can be served really well in a DLI program. It's one of the most appropriate placements for a student who is a newcomer, and making sure that our practices allow and also promote that has been a body of work.
Board colleagues, any questions or comments? Yeah, Mr. Hollingshead.
Ms. Loftus, on the very top there, the Rigor, Haggerty, UFLI and decodables, is that something like when I look at that initially, I think of our littles, like the youngest, but is that then are you saying that that's something that we're trying to make more pervasive across grade levels so that we get that elemental beginning instruction to acquire language regardless? So, I mean, it might not be confined to TK or kinder, that kind of thing.
Right. So when you think
Those
about
practices.
those basic foundational skills, they're really heavy in K2, but you can't walk past it. If you didn't get it at that time, or you missed something, you have to go back and close it. When we look at the program Rigor, it's actually geared toward the older student who is also a learner of English, an English learner. So it's developed for that student in mind. When you look at Haggerty and UFly, while they're typically used in primary grades, there are ways to do it, to use those resources in a way that's appropriate for an older student as well. So Haggerty is something that has a lot of hand motions, a lot of multisensory components to it for our youngest learners. But if you don't have that phonemic awareness yet, you still need it. So you can tap on your lap, right, or on your desk. There are different ways of using the curriculum that close those gaps, address those needs, but keep in mind that we're talking about older students, and we have to make shifts and accommodations for that. We also look for decodables that are more age appropriate as well. And there's been so much work done in education along those lines, resources that are available now for these needs that we didn't have 2-3 years ago even. And so we've invested in those and made sure that our classrooms that are using these programs have these available.
I appreciate that, because I think that, that's kind of like just, I mean, even in some of the other discussions about awareness and stuff, it's also helping to destigmatize some of the learning processes that our students are going through, and make it maybe a more universal experience for them. So I really appreciate that that openness to kind of integrate that into all those grade levels. On the district instructional walks, so is that pretty informal? Is it more just kind of a kind of site to site discussion, or how does that work?
It really is. Going and doing something like that can cause a little bit of anxiety at a site. And so what we're doing is working first just with principals, letting them know that it's not a judgment. We're here to gather information for support. And so the team will schedule a day with the principal. Principal can change the day if they want to change the day. The principal works with their staff to see who's willing to open up their classroom doors. And there are always people who are very, very willing to do that. And then they're just in there informally talking to the teacher, talking to the students, not wanting to be intrusive in any way, but just to get a feel for our environments and how they do or do not yet support multilingual learners in the way that we want them to. It's followed up with a conversation with the site principal, some areas that might be for celebration. And if the principal is looking for a little more feedback, we can provide that as well. And again, not wanting to think that there's judgment, right? We're not leaving a whole bunch of corrective feedback. What we're doing is gathering information that will help us better serve our teachers just organically.
And the only reason I say that is because, and I get no compensation from Californians Together, even though I mention them all the time. That was part of one of the things that they mentioned in the roadmap was that kind of very pervasive or universal approach, but that it's a really simple and easy way to, or not easy, but a very solid and reproducible way of changing levels is that academic language and the expectation and stuff around that. So I appreciate that having those conversations with the sites.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? I did just also want to highlight, what you had mentioned around translanguaging. I really appreciate the mindset shifts because unfortunately in education, we do have a history of viewing multilingualism through a deficit lens. Right now, my students are learning about World War II, for example, and the Navajo code talkers and how ironically our government actually discouraged them and actually from learning their native language, and yet was able to capitalize that as an asset to help win, the war during World War II. And that irony did not leave the native populations, right, that were providing such a crucial service, to our country, but yet ironically we're, being denied that opportunity in education. So we do have a history of that happening. And fortunately, it seems like we're turning a major tide, right? We even had legislation, that's been overturned that now is encouraging, right, schools to embrace multilingualism. So I really appreciate, how our district is doing that. And then also just seeing that by design as opposed to by chance, I appreciate that phrase because none of these gains are going to happen by accident, right? And so seeing that we're being intentional with culturally diverse literature, I think is really awesome because with the high school students that I'm working with, even though the majority of our students in our high schools are of Latino descent, just like here in our district, makes sense, right? Feeder schools. What's fascinating about talking about this work with my students is that not only do they want to be pride in their culture, right, as Latinos or Indigenous or however they identify, but they really want to learn about other cultures. I so appreciate that spirit because they're looking to promote solidarity with each other, and they're modeling for us, right? What we as grownups, don't always model for them. So I really appreciate seeing this work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Loftus. Okay, so California uses the dashboard to determine districts and schools that are eligible for assistance. Differentiated assistance is intended not only to help the LEA address the underlying causes that led to its eligibility for assistance, but also to strengthen the LEA's overall ability to evaluate the effectiveness of strategies and programs and adjust as appropriate to improve student outcomes. So according to the CDE, this year there are a total of 466 school districts and COEs eligible for differentiated assistance. This is a decrease from 2022 when 617 schools and COEs were eligible. Nearly all, or 453 of the 466, are eligible under Method 1, and this includes Santa Maria Bonita School District. So we are eligible for differentiated assistance. 10 of the 21 entities in Santa Barbara County are eligible to receive differentiated assistance. This includes us, Orchid Union, which has differentiated assistance for foster youth priority areas 5 and 6, and students with disabilities priorities areas 4 and 6. And it also includes Santa Maria Joint Union High School District, eligible for differentiated assistance for foster youth priority areas 6 and 8. Last year, Santa Maria Bonita School District qualified for differentiated assistance with the same as this year, but we also qualified, in addition to the 2 priorities and 2 subgroups that you see we're now qualified for, Last year, we had all 4 of those, plus priority 5, plus Black and African Americans, plus English language learners, plus homeless student populations. So we exited differentiated assistance in 5 areas and remained in these 4. So we remain in differentiated assistance for pupil achievement, school climate, and for foster youth and students with disabilities. The Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, assistance status is assigned to schools for comprehensive support and improvement. So differentiated assistance is a district level status. ESSA is a school level status, and that status can be CSI, or comprehensive support and improvement, or it can be ATSI, additional targeted support and improvement. And you can see on the slide how you qualify. So when California released the school eligibility determinations for CSI, ATSI on February 2nd of 2024, we learned that 3 SMBSD schools were identified for CSI and 1 SMBSD school was identified for ATSI, while 17 schools in Santa Maria Bonita School District exited ATSI status. So we made some really great improvements in this area. On the slide here, you can see the 4 schools that remain in status. 3 in CSI are Arianas Junior High, Oakley, and Taylor. And Fessler remains in ATSI for English language learners and students with disabilities. And now I'm going to invite Mrs. Loftus back if you'd like to discuss our response to these assistance statuses.
Thank you again, Lori. With regard to the plans that our sites are using to address the needs identified for ATSI or for CSI, I draw your attention to the list of items or the descriptors that I've provided. Fessler continues to qualify or benefit from those ATSI supports, and the site is specifically working toward increasing their coaching cycles specific to meeting the needs of students with disabilities and the English learners in their classrooms. They're also looking forward to promoting inclusion within their classrooms, knowing that those opportunities result in often higher outcomes for students with disabilities. They have a strong culture climate team that continues to promote a really positive learning environment. And so they will continue to invest in those strategies that are working for them. The one additional thing that Fessler is looking toward or considering is to begin work with West Ed. The focus that West Ed has at Arianas Junior High, whom I'll speak about next, has been specifically around building really high quality professional learning communities in a way that is different than we've addressed or have approached that work in the past. And they do that through a literacy mindset. So a lot of the learning staff are doing to support the work in their professional learning community is about increasing literacy outcomes for students. And so the really good outcomes or the really positive feedback that the Arianas staff have shared has led Fessler to believe that this might also be a really good match for their needs at their site. So as part of their ATSI response, that is something that they are considering very, very carefully. Arianas, again, having a really good experience with West Ed, having just many teachers valuing a PLC process in a way that they have not in the past, is looking forward to continuing that work, digging in even deeper as a second year. They were, of course, working with West Ed all of this year. And just like I mentioned with Fessler, their work will continue to be on literacy and really having strong conversations in their professional learning communities about addressing the literacy needs of their students. Oakley is a site that was mentioned as being identified as CSI. And as you know, Oakley is currently a literacy lab site, which means they started working with West Ed during this current school year, while also beginning a 2-year journey of letters learning. They're having also a good experience. Staff really speak very highly to the learning they've had specific to those foundational literacy skills and how to address the needs of students. Once earlier on in the school year, I was talking with the principal at Oakley, and he shared that he had teachers, veteran teachers, they've been teaching 15, 20, 25 years in the room, saying that they never thought about teaching literacy to a student who is learning English as a second language in the way they are now. So even after all of those years, right, of being in the classroom and using curriculum and all of the training that's been given, enough learning has happened in 1 year for many of those educators to say, I know so much more now than I ever knew before. So that is really exciting. The PLC culture that is being built there with the help of West Ed, as I've described with the other two school sites, is also all in service of that literacy shift that the school site is looking to make for their students. And so as part of their plan to address their needs through CSI, they will continue. They're on the right track. They're doing the right work. And so their plan is to continue doing exactly that. They'll continue with West Ed next year. They'll continue to build the capacity of their teams there and to really continue building their understanding of literacy and how to meet the needs of our students. Taylor, newly identified as CSI, has also decided to join the trend that we have going on here excitedly in SMBSD. They're going to jump into that letters learning as well. They will start year 1 next year, and they will also be working with West Ed, doing the same work that's being done at all of our other literacy lab sites. So while not literacy lab, specifically, they're taking the positive outcomes that have been learned at our lab sites and applying it now to theirs, which is really the idea of having a lab site. You try something different, and if you find that it has a really good outcome, then of course you want to duplicate that in other settings. And so we've learned a lot from so far this year, not just about instruction, but also about how some of these shifts can really benefit our students. I'm excited to know that Taylor is jumping on board as well.
Questions or comments from the board at this point? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Loftus. So earlier this week, we met with SBCEO to discuss this data and its relevance to our district differentiated assistance status. So these next slides come from the SBCEO's team's look at our data. I always appreciate how other people look at data and visualize it. And I think it's just a nice way to see things differently than sometimes my brain functions. So this is kind of a repeat of the same information, but in a different format. So our district compared to the county and state of California, if you average all of the dashboard ratings for all LEAs in the county, our rating overall is a 2.2. The Santa Barbara County is a 3.1 and the state of California is a 2.4. So I thought that was a really interesting way of looking at not just the individual metrics, but how you can amalgamate those metrics into one overall rating. And then how do we do in comparison to similar school districts in the state of California? So SBCEO identifies, of the 1,000 school districts in California, they identified 18 that they consider similar, and they based that on any school district with an enrollment between 5,000 and 25,000 and an unduplicated rate above 80%. So our enrollment was 16,696 and our unduplicated rate is 90%. So they identified 19 similar districts and then ranked us compared to those districts in language arts, math, chronic absenteeism, suspension, and English learner progress. And then your packet has the actual 18 districts that they identified. It was really small and hard to read, and I apologize if you can't. And I didn't include the slide here, but I knew you would want to know what those districts were. And then how well did our student groups perform on each of the average scores for the dashboard? So Average scores for our student groups provide context for how each group is performing across all indicators in comparison to other groups. And of course, we have to always remember some of these groups are very small, some of them are very large, but you can see our rating from the lowest rating is for foster youth and students with 2 or more races. Our highest rating of 2.0 fell for African-American students, Asian students, and English language learners. And then you can also see for all students, white students, Filipino students, and American Indian students. So those were just some interesting subgroups that were reported with overall performance. And so those groups on the bottom, from foster youth all the way to English language learners, were identified as from SBCEO as the student groups that may need more support in the future to improve performance. And I think we've talked a lot about some of those supports that are coming out of this district as we went through this presentation. And so that concludes a recap of the California dashboard and the data quest reports released in December of 2023 and February 2024. And I thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any other questions or entertain any comments that you might have.
Board colleagues, what questions or comments might you have? On page 22, where we see the 18 similar districts out of the 1,000 school districts, just for clarity's sake, if we're first in chronic absenteeism, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Are we at the top of the list or at the bottom of the list?
Correct. So that goes back to that. Sometimes it's high and sometimes it's low, but that it first is best. So best in that case would be a very low rate of chronic absenteeism. Yes.
So out of those 18 similar districts, we outperform all of them. We're in first place, if you will. So we're doing something pretty well in that regard.
That is correct.
Excellent. And then when it comes to 11th place out of the 18 for English language learners, that's indicative of our need to really figure out more ways to support our English language learners, correct?
Correct. It places us right in the middle of the pack, 11 out of the 18. Yes.
Board colleagues? All right. With no further questions from the board of Education acknowledges receipt of teaching and learning dashboard and data quest releases report as presented. Item C, thank you. Discussion of recent facilities, activities, and the priorities that remain to be addressed. Mr. Beecher.
Good evening, school board.
Good evening.
Thank you very much for the time tonight. I'm really glad that I'm the last item. I'm certain the rest of you are just as excited to see me up here to talk about this tonight. I want to kind of set the stage for this item. What we have here tonight is another like stepping stone along the way, supporting the board and making a very important decision about a potential school bond in November of 2024. And as we've been talking in our kind of task force group, I've been talking with Bonnie Moss at Clifford Moss. I feel like it's really important to share with the school board and with the community where we are right now. It is a pathway, but it's a status report just to kind of share the work we've done, the work we're in the middle of, and then the work that remains. And so that's kind of the frame for tonight's information that I want to share with you. But as we work more and more around the school district's strategic plan, I always feel like it's important for me, for my team, to connect with our mission, to ensure that every student flourishes by discovering their passion and purpose, exercising self-determination, and developing the skills to reach their maximum potential through a student-centered culture. And also to lay out our parameters as we're considering this choice, as I'm trying to provide information so that the board can make a confident decision. We'll make decisions based on what is best for students. We will welcome all people with dignity and respect. We will practice responsible stewardship of all of our resources. We will embrace, practice, and model integrity, and we will not compromise our commitment to excellence. I love reading that. I love making sure that as I'm preparing something like this, and again, doing this very difficult work around making a solid choice for this coming November of 2024, those parameters really help for me to shore up and remember this is a lot of work, this is difficult, and it is important. And so it is important for me to do my absolute best sharing this with you and creating a foundation for a good decision. So within the strategic plan, it calls for providing structures and facilities to support inclusive learning environments. And then the master plan, you can see some of the challenges that we heard about, both with the master plan and the strategic plan. Facilities provide inconsistent experiences for students and staff. I think we can see that, we can feel it, we can experience it on our campuses. Most schools have more students and staff than they were designed to provide services for. Parking, playgrounds, other common areas are undersized and strained in many sites, and many decisions at school sites are constrained by where and how and cannot be made just on the basis of what is the importance of the why behind those decisions. And that kind of goes back to our parameters. We can't necessarily make the best decisions at school sites because our facilities are so strained. Additionally, we have more than 30 part-day TK and kindergarten programs that remain on our campuses for next year. And then currently, 16 students are being overflowed from their school of residence to a school that is nearby. So folks who can't attend their school that they would, their neighborhood school, because there just isn't a seat available for them. So that is some of the information that we need to be aware of as we get ready to make this choice. So let's take a few minutes to measure the work that's been done recently to address these gaps. As I think about what it's going to take to make this decision, we need to have a good measure of all of the things we've already worked on before making this request. So we've made investments in new schools and permanent classrooms. Libin Elementary was constructed with 29 classrooms, Jimenez 37. Tommy Kunst, we added 12 new classrooms out there, Liberty 6 classrooms, and Taylor 6 classrooms. This is all in the last 10 or 11 years. Total of 96 permanent classrooms in the last 10 or 11 years. That's a lot of work that we've done to address the needs to provide student classrooms for our young people. The pictures there, it's obviously it's Libin, and then some friends out at Jimenez. We've installed additional portable buildings, not necessarily a strategy that aligns with our facility master plan, but certainly addresses the urgent needs to provide student housing. You can see the long list there. 29 additional portable classrooms implemented in the last 10 or 11 years to create a learning environment for our students. And then a long list of school site improvements and infrastructure improvements. The shade structures providing internet service and Wi-Fi, audio-visual marquee services, fire alarm and intercom, a great deal of work around playground replacement, bringing HVAC to classrooms, field renovation, paving and hardscape, painting, I'm sorry, I said that once already, painting, flooring, and roofing. So a lot of different things that we've been engaged in. That picture is out at Sanchez Elementary, shade structures that we built using Measure T funds based on that site's prioritization of their project list. So that's some of the work that we've been engaged in already, currently underway. Again, some of the projects we talked about, the HVAC projects engaged in for the summer. Trying to make sure we have that in every classroom on every campus. Improving our play structures and bringing shade to those facilities. You can see there that's Battles Elementary and their intermediate playground area. So in 2023, we did our work at Battles, Oakley, Bonita, Adam, Miller, and Arianas. And then in 2024, we'll be working at Tunnel, Fairlawn, Alvin, Ontiveros, and Rice. Substantial investments in our facilities for our young people. Bringing shade shelters to every campus to improve access to outdoor learning and provide relief from what appears to be environment that continues to warm. And then we're bringing solar canopies to every school site and the district office. And this is just a map of, that's Bonita. It was right at the top of the list as I was looking for a good picture. So that's why it's the one I picked. But creating savings, creating a story around tending to the environment, reducing our carbon footprint. This is really an important slide. As we think about asking our community to provide us with funding on their property tax bill, we need to know where all of those investments I just shared with you, where did the money come from that made that possible? So we had deferred maintenance of about 4.5 million, developer fees of 5.2, rebates and reimbursements of about 7.4 million, restricted routine maintenance funding that comes generated through the general fund budget of about 13 million, and then tax exempt leases, that's the certificates of participation that we've done, COPs, and also the lease that's funding the solar projects for 51 million. All of those items, they have a separate color, and I pulled them out of the overall pie chart. Those are all things that the district is paying for. From one source or another, it's coming through the district, and we're investing those dollars ourselves. The next big chunks, 35 million, is funding that we've pursued through state match programs since 2013. Down at the bottom, you see an asterisk. The district has claimed more than $151 million in the last 20 years related to, or 24 years, related to the state school facility program. 151 million that we've qualified for, filed the forms for, and collected from the state to support our construction programs. So I just wanted to make that note, since that came out of my research, to make sure the board's aware that we're leveraging all of our resources. And then also the shade shelters and the playground structures, a lot of that stuff is coming from COVID dollars, CARES dollars, learning recovery dollars, those kinds of one-time sources, so that those dollars flow into the district at one time and they go out for one thing. And we don't have to worry about trying to continue investments in staffing like other districts have made for those dollars. We invested them appropriately in one-time items. And then, of course, Measure T, it was a $45 million school bond. There was a small amount of interest that was earned over that time that created some additional opportunity to invest those dollars, but $46.3 million from Measure T. So that's an important thing to recognize, is that the last time we went out for a school bond, about maybe 25% of all of the investments we made after receiving the approval of our community were made from other sources, leveraging the dollars we got from Measure T to create the opportunities that I shared in those earlier slides. And I would expect that we would do the exact same thing if we get the community support in November of 2024. We'd use those dollars to leverage even more resources to make sure that we do everything we can to provide the best facilities for our students. Are there any questions at this point? Keep moving. So even with all of these accomplishments, more work remains and the need is great. There is a lot to do. This is just a snapshot of our facility master plan. It's available at smbsdplan.org. You're welcome to explore. There's lots of great information out there. One of the things it shows is that the facility master plan, its cost with escalation is $1.25 billion, which is a massive number. This isn't a number that says in 5 years we'll have it all done, or 10 years we'll have it all done. We've done a lot in the last 11 years. We spent $177 million in those 10 years. The math is that this isn't 10 years. This is like more than a lifetime of work to accomplish all of this. The point isn't to start and finish the whole thing. The point is to make sure that we don't make decisions that conflict with that facility master plan and then cost us in the long run, because we end up having to change what we did in the short term, and we compromise the long-term objective of reaching our ideal facilities. So decisions from here become about priority, timing, and the financing that we have. So again, I restate the parameters. As we're making choices, we have to keep those in our mind. These are the things that we built, these parameters we built with our community, stakeholders from our community, educators, administrators, business owners, parents, students, in order to come up with this language. And again, the feedback we got from our strategic plan I shared earlier, where facilities provide inconsistent experience for students and staff. Now, equity has to be a huge part of the choices we make, so that every student, no matter where they live in this town, they walk onto a campus that provides them the best educational experience possible. So it's important for me to also connect with the action plans so that the school board can see that as well. Strategic action number 3, we will provide structures and facilities that support inclusive learning environments. Their specific result number 2 was reducing class size. An important investment for every school district. Right now, the restriction on our ability to reduce class size, in most cases, if not all, isn't the funding for another teacher. It is the classroom to put them in. And I had more than one conversation with principals who had to balance a library, a special program for newcomers, an office for some of their staff, and the ability to reduce class size. A very challenging choice for folks to make, but that's the resources. As we're being good stewards, those are the resources we have. And so that principal is going out and talking with their staff and weighing that decision. What do we do here? Like, these are both the best, these are both decent options. There's both coming with sacrifice. Strategic action number 4, we will nurture the whole child. The specific result number 4, we will increase literacy achievement for all SMBSD students while still promoting literacy in our students' primary language. And I list that because the DLI program and its expansion, successful expansion, is going to be contingent on our ability to provide adequate housing for both the DLI students and non-DLI students in town. Again, being good stewards of our resources and trying to balance that pressure point and making sure there's classrooms for everyone. And then transitional kindergarten is another big challenge that we have. The program expectations from the governor and the CDE: by 2025-26, districts must offer TK to all 4-year-old children. Staffing must be at 12-1, but no more than 24-2 in a classroom. And if funding is available, reducing that class size ratio down to 20-1, or I'm sorry, 20-2 or 10-1. The localized impact that we need to address is that in 2021, there were 331 TK students and 17 teachers. 22-23, there's 496 TK students and 30 teachers. 23, 24, 978 TK students and 60 teachers. That is very significant growth, exponential growth. And our facilities became more crowded, more difficult decisions had to be made in order to accommodate that kind of growth. And in 2025, we expect that will continue to grow with just over 1,000 TK students and 62 teachers to staff for them. So that's a lot of impact to address. This chart is on here because I want to share with the board that in 2022, there was a pretty significant increase in births in our zip code. The 2022 number is the 3,000 at that blue diamond at the very highest point of this chart. Those are the students who will be arriving in transitional kindergarten in 2026. And so we were stable at 2,600, 2,700 births per year for a long time. We had a little uptick in 2022. I don't know yet if that's a sustained increase or if this is just a bubble. I was in someone's office today and they were talking about that is a birthing nurse. She talked about how they're very busy and they're averaging 300 births a month. So I think that as soon as I get more information, I'll want to share it with the school board so that you'll also know. So I kind of talked about it a little bit. I'll just read out this one bullet. It is also important to recognize that the additional full day programs have come based on a cost. Choices made about how facilities are used, office spaces, shared spaces, dedicated computer labs, and special programming spaces have been sacrificed to make sure that there's room for these students. And we continue to welcome new students. I know this isn't a surprise to folks. I have 23, 24 kind of outlined with a small red border, but you can see we continue to grow into the out years. These numbers, if you're wondering, do not include the concept of future annexations. It's all based on the approved track maps and approved plan that the city has put out and hasn't annexed anything new for the future yet. So we do expect that we'll grow by another 1,500 students during that time. So takeaways from this mountain of information that I've shared with you tonight. The need to add new facilities to address growing enrollment and equitable learning experiences for all students will continue to grow. A significant investment has been made in district facilities, $177 million over the last 10 years, using a balance of sources, so bonds, fees, state match, et cetera. And a combination just like that will be needed to address the pressures that are evident today in order to address that significant need. And the board and the community can be confident that the district will continue to be a good steward of any funds provided by a general obligation bond. I think that's a critical component, is the ability to see from this evidence that we do the best we can to get the most, not just for the dollars we spend, but also then to turn those dollars into even more dollars so that we can continue to invest in our facilities. So what questions can I answer?
Ms. Cordero?
I don't really have a question. I think the facts speak for themselves. And it is very clear to me that our parents and the community need to be made aware of all of this information. So Chamber of Commerce, parent meetings, special meetings just for this purpose. Because when you put all that information together, it's a huge impact what we really have done and are doing, and gives credibility to the fact that We just need to keep doing more.
Thank you for that.
Seeing no further questions or comments from the board. The Board of Education acknowledges receipt of the discussion of the recent facilities activities and the priorities that remain to be addressed as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 13, new business. Are there any new business items the board wishes to address? Seeing none. Item 14, board and superintendent reports. Mr. Hollingshead, do you have anything to report? Yes.
I will reiterate, I went to Bonita, I read. It was really fun. And I do want to, again, thank Javier and his team for some of the work they did on that field already in remediating some items out there. It's made it a big difference, made a big difference out there in the safety for our kids. And I appreciate that very much. And also I appreciate the team out there and doing what they're doing with, like I said, with the restorative practices, but really around the culture they've built around support, SEL, and the whole nine. Good stuff.
Mr. Lara. Ms. Cabral. Ms. Cordero. Board colleagues, can you all refresh my memory? Did we have a resolution last board meeting for Women's History Month? Oh, interesting. So I definitely want to make sure that we, do a shout out in recognition of Women's History Month. Similar to any other month where we, elevate the voices and perspectives of different communities. I want to make sure that our young people are benefiting, from learning the history of the contributions of the many women that continue to impact our lives every day. I would like to give a shout out to my middle school PE teacher, Miss Pryor. I was one of those students that was struggling with, when I moved from Guadalupe to Santa Maria. And I noticed my grades were dropping and I was struggling to connect. And so she was one of those teachers that, took me under her wing and encouraged me to get involved in sports. And it, totally changed the trajectory of my life. And I also want to thank and go as far as my fifth grade teacher, Miss Patchett, who also believed in us and challenged us. And when I made mistakes, I remember she used to have a system where you'd have to change cards if you would get in trouble. And unfortunately, I was one of those students that would have to change my card, pretty frequently. But she didn't give up on me. And one day I had the goal of making citizen of the month or student of the month. And I did it once, but that was enough to kind of give me hope for the future. And so I really want to elevate those women in my life that in the school setting in particularly that have really helped me and challenged me for the better. And I also just want to recognize that March is a really long month and I can feel it, right? I know a lot of us are pretty tired. We're really close to spring break. So I just want to, thank all of our staff for all their hard work, all that you pour into our young people. They deserve it. We know that, right? And you deserve also to rest and to take care of yourselves. So that's all my report. Dr. McDuffie.
Thank you, President Valencia. Just really quickly, the jam, we had a jam meeting yesterday made up of, it's a leadership team made up of administrators, department leaders, confidential employees. We met yesterday afternoon and I shared with them my goals for the next 3 years that I prepared for the board education. Those goals are also on our website as well. As part of reviewing my goals, we also reviewed the actions related to the strategic plan and how each of us has a role to play in bringing those actions bringing those actions to reality. It was a very positive discussion, a lively discussion with a lot of inspired thinking to make our schools and district the best they can be. Our focus was how do we all connect to the strategic plan, whether you're in M&O or whether you're in business or whether you're at a school site. We all have a part and need to see ourselves in that strategic plan. My message is that my message to them was that we are not where we were in the past, but we're not where we want to be. I want to continue to say that we ought not let the past dictate our future. Yes, it can inform us, but many times we allow it to imprison us. And I know that continued efforts with our strategic plan will be moving us toward our mission. It's the right thing to keep us moving forward. So our district belief, I'd like to just focus on this week, this month. We believe a unified community inspires hope and faith. I believe this statement, and it should be a source of strength to all of us as we continue to take actions that move us closer to our mission, as we hear and we listen to our community, as we listen to our schools, as we listen to our teachers, as we listen to our students, that we have to remain unified so that we can continue to inspire hope and faith. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. McDuffie. Item 15, adjournment. The next regular board meeting of the Santa Maria Bonita School District will be held on April 24, 2024. There being no further business before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn? It is moved by Mr. Lara and seconded by Ms. Cordero to adjourn the meeting. All in favor? The time is now 10:46 p.m. Meeting adjourned.